Get started on the, ooh, all of a sudden, whoa, oh boy. Okay, I'll step back a little bit. Before we get started on the manager's comments, there are a few things I would like to say. First of all, our meetings have been and will continue to be held with decorum and respect. We respect you, we respect you, we need for you to respect each other and us. When you address the council, you will state your first and last name, your physical address. As I've stated before, all comments will be addressed to the entire council, not just to one individual. Number two, we could have up to 3 quasi-judicial hearings tonight. And because of the complexity of these hearings, I've asked the staff to print a quick overlook of what it is and what it is not acceptable during these hearings. Realizing these procedures are dictated by the state, not by us. So you should find, that is in the back there, underneath the clock. The other thing I asked the staff to do is, like with most industries, there's jargon. And you'll hear CUP, CBT, it goes on, as you all know. And I asked the staff to help us with that. And BJ has supplied you what these acronyms mean. So I hope this will help you to follow not only this meeting, but other meetings, because it does, you kind of get lost in the weeds sometimes. So, and now for our town manager, Reagan Parsons' comments.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And you just saved me one of my 2 housekeeping items before I get into the agenda when you discuss the handouts. The second item I would alert the public to, in addition to the members of council, is that this evening we will be recording and doing a final test run on our audio and visual equipment. What this means is that assuming everything goes smoothly this evening, we will be releasing some information in the coming weeks regarding the Southern Pines YouTube channel and the ability to live stream our meetings, hopefully beginning with the work session meeting later this month. So just please all know that you are being recorded this evening as you address the council. Beyond that, I did have one other announcement this evening. I know we have a number of individuals in the audience, and you'll be introducing the community connectors here very shortly, and they are aware of what I'm about to state. But I also see a number of people out there that were part of a meeting with DFI in this building a couple of months back relative to community interest and the parcel on Morganton Road that the town of Southern Pines owns. Within the last week, we have learned that the YMCA has in fact completed its first phase review of potential location on some of those lands. It would not be on the entirety of the site, clearly, and they are extremely interested in moving forward with further considering a site here in Southern Pines. So the next phase of that will be their formal financial feasibility study.
Awesome.
And what that will mean for those that were present for that initial community meeting, I know you've been awaiting a date that DFI and the Neighborhood Concepts Group would be back with some conceptual plans. Those will now be delayed for maybe 4 to 6 weeks while the YMCA undergoes some of this financial feasibility. So that meeting that was originally planned for late September or in October is probably going to run a little bit later now. And I hate to say just immediately later, because obviously we're going to get into holidays and things, but please know that it has not gone away. There is not, discussion has not ended, but in fact this is a very positive delay, and that the YMCA is looking at the site, and we'd like to get a better feeling for whether they'll be moving forward or not before bringing forward those conceptual plans. So I did want to make that announcement this evening. All of that being said, looking at your agenda this evening, obviously you'll have some introductions here shortly, Mayor. Council has before it 2 items that you reviewed very specifically at your agenda meeting last week, one being a resolution providing Detective Chris Coleman his badge and sidearm upon his retirement at the end of this month. This, of course, is allowed under North Carolina general statute and is something we have done for retirees from our department in recent years. Also, you have an architectural compliance permit for the American Whiskey Company, and staff can quickly put those pictures up when the time comes, but that was all discussed last Wednesday. And then jumping forward to your consent agenda, because plenty will be said around the hearings, You do have just a resolution setting a public hearing for a voluntary annexation petition. That is for the current Pinehurst Medical and Pinehurst Surgical Clinics that are going up on Morganton Road and are very much vertical at this point. That will set the public hearing for your regular meeting next month on October 12th, same time and place here in this building. Also, an ordinance to approve a reduction in speed limit on Paddock Lane. That has been discussed at both a work session and agenda meeting in the past. Resolution to provide for the surplus of library books and materials. A resolution approving an engineering and construction agreement with the NCDOT for a bridge project out on NC 22 over Nicks Creek. As a reminder, we are responsible by state law for 25% of the cost of any relocation of utilities as a result of those DOT projects, and that's what this agreement deals with. A water purchase contract with the town of Aberdeen to provide water to the Shaw Landing development that was discussed at your agenda meeting and work session. A waiver, two sets of waivers to require, that will allow builders of single-family homes to put in septic tanks as opposed to extending gravity sewer. One is on 295 North Bethesda Road, the other 347 Eastman Road. The town engineer is in agreement with both of these, as running gravity sewer to either of these sites would not, in fact, help to serve any additional parcels. So they are both very large sites that very easily can accept septic systems upon county approval and permit. A series of minutes for approval, and one of those happens to be the July 26th closed session minutes, item I being the opening of those minutes for public inspection. This was a closed session that the town council held to confer with their legal counsel about options relative to the ongoing primary school discussion. The conversation that took place in that meeting is no longer relevant to any further, I guess, discussion or decisions to be made, although we are still waiting clearly to hear from the school board relative to our desire to negotiate for the Blanchie Carter Park. But because there has been a public information request placed for these minutes, and Attorney Gill has been dealing with an attorney on that matter, we are asking that we simply open those minutes up on their adoption this evening, because again, the contents of those minutes are no longer of relevance to any particular matter. And then finally, an ordinance approving changes to Chapter 50, Appendix A of the Town Code of Ordinances. These are the annual updates to the tap fees for both water and sewer service. Again, the ordinance already reads that they will be updated in October of each year. This is simply the action that council takes in September once the most pertinent CPI numbers are released, and that number is 3.4% for this year. And that will be your consent agenda this evening. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Former Mayor McNeil formed the West Southern Pines Task Force, and with the help of GFI, this morphed into the newly formed West Southern Pines Community Connectors, WSPCC. Kind of rolls off your tongue, doesn't it? This group formed without the help of the council and with no council members. They have their own mission statements, their own minutes, meetings, and members. And it is my privilege to introduce this group to you and the council. I will start with Mary Roca, who is the chairman, and she will introduce the community connectors that are here. And we certainly do appreciate their willingness to serve. So if Mary can come up and introduce the ones that are here and mention the ones that are not here, because not everyone could attend. Thank you, Mary.
Absolutely. Good evening. My name is Mary Roca, and I am the current chair for the Community Connectors.
Is that on?
We have
There we go. Okay. Thank you, Beth.
Ms. Norma Lemon, who is here, Mr. Arthur Mason, Pastor Tony Fairley, and I believe that Ms. Stott Brower is on her way but hasn't arrived yet. Phyllis is here, Ms. Phyllis Wall. Austin from from Brownson Church, Austin Vernon. Couldn't make it, he was at another meeting this evening. And we have Sharice Campbell, who also couldn't make it this evening. Did I get everybody? I think so.
Well, and Tony, is Tony here? Oh, I didn't recognize your mask, I'm sorry, Tony. From the back in a mask, you know, what can I say? Well, we certainly do thank you all for your service, and we look forward to connecting with, between the Southern Pines and West Southern, between the council and West Southern Pines. We really do appreciate, in advance, the work that you will be doing. So thank you, and I appreciate your willingness to serve as chairman, Mary. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
The next on our agenda is a general statute, as Reagan said, 20.187.2, which allows awarding the service firearm and badge for the retiring police officer. We're thanking Christopher Coleman for serving the town and for his service. So I just need a vote that we can allow him to have his service arm and his badge, please.
I move to adopt a resolution to present Officer Coleman his sidearm and badge in accordance with NC General Statute 20187.2.
A second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next, excuse me, we will start with the CU 02-21. This is a CUP for a major subdivision. Oh, we do? Okay.
Yep.
Sorry, did I skip?
Yep,
Yes,
you
I
skipped
did.
one.
I did skip one. I apologize. I'm turning the page too fast. All right, let's go to, I believe that is
Jake,
Susie.
give you anything.
Are you doing that?
So the AR?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry.
So, Susie Russell, good evening, Town
Good evening.
Council, Madam Mayor. We have before you AR 0421. Mr. Neil Smith of Neil Smith Engineering brought this before Town Council to request architectural compliance permit. And there were 3 deviations. The deviations were for the roof, which is a maroon color. The metal siding is another deviation. And I'm sorry, I didn't have a report actually ready for this because we saw it last week.
Yeah, the wainscoting.
So those were your 3 deviations that you were to look at this evening. And this was for Mr. and Mrs. Hollings.
We did review this at the agenda meeting, and they were in attendance, and so we really don't have any questions, I don't believe. So I'm looking for a vote to accept the compliance.
I move to approve AR 04-21.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Now, excuse me. Next is the CU-02- Annexation. Good Lord, what am I doing? Sorry. I'm in a hurry to get to the meat. All right, annexation. Oh, my goodness. Do we have a report from that, for that one? Okay. All right, BJ.
All right, we have a public hearing real quick on an annexation request for 2.03 acres of property owned by Miss Tony Ann Washington. You guys may know this property as the parcel on which there's currently a development proposal coming together for a CrossFit gym facility. The interesting thing about this parcel, I'll speak real loud, is that this is actually previously 2 parcels that have been recombined into one. This parcel you can see is kind of shaded with yellow. That's because it's currently municipal limits. This is the other portion of the parcel. They're going to use this for access. The building's going to be here. There's going to be one development, so this needs to access into, this needs to annex into city limits. So if approved after following this public hearing, that'll be yellow.
Okay, so I need a motion to open the public hearing for this voluntary annexation.
I move to open the public hearing.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any questions?
Any comment by the public?
Any comments from the public on this? Seeing no? Pleasure of the council.
I move to close the public hearing.
I second.
Aye.
Aye.
I don't have any questions
Okay,
or comments.
no comments? All right. So need a vote.
I move to adopt an ordinance approving the voluntary annexation request in application AX 04-21 for the properties defined in the submitted written meets and bounds description, and to have the ordinance effective immediately.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye. Next, finally, I've been trying to get here 3 times here, is CU 02-21. This is called, also known as the Village Walk. It's mixed use and major subdivision. This will be a quasi-judicial hearing. As the name suggests, a quasi-judicial decision is like a court decision in several important ways. It requires the deciding board to use its judgment in applying general law to the particular land use situation. This is an evidentiary hearing. The evidence presented is to be determined whether the proposal meets specific standards. They must present substantial, competent, and material evidence that the proposal meets the standards. So we're looking, your comments have to be relevant to the hearing. So when ensuring the constitutional due process right of the parties, the council members are the deciding board. Anyone speaking at this hearing, whether offering testimony or questioning a witness, must take an oath, and this includes staff. I have a very long list of people who've signed up. You have to be sworn in, so I'm not sure how to do this with one Bible, but we'll figure this out. So if you are wanting to speak on this, whether offering testimony or questioning, you must take an oath, and that does include the staff. So will the parties involved in CU 20-21 please come forward? And that's everyone who signed up.
Cozy.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I know is as an elder, that's what you do. That's the only way I know to do this one. So get us, yeah. I am saying the words. Okay. Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand, and respond to the following. State your name. Do you solemnly swear that evidence you shall give to this board and this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Council members, please disclose the following. Any site visits, any ex parte communications, specialized knowledge you have of this case, anyone have a fixed opinion that is not susceptible to change based on what they learn at this hearing, whether they have a close family, business, or other relationship with the applicant or other affected members.
No.
Is there an attorney representing the petitioner?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Nick Robinson here on behalf of the petitioner.
Is there an attorney representing the opposition? Remember, competent evidence and expert testimony only. I need a motion to open this hearing.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Aye.
Aye, 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 aye. Staff report by Susie.
Madam Mayor, I would like to enter CU-02-21 into the public record at this time, along with S-20-21 as Exhibit A. And then I would like to add Exhibit B, which is a drone footage of the site for staff. Mr. Nichols of Paramount Engineering submitted on behalf of TAMS Properties LLC, and they are proposing new construction of a mixed-use residential and office development. This CUP requires a major subdivision preliminary plat, application S-20-21, in order to develop the 32 proposed residential single-family attached townhomes. The subject property is before you. It is outlined in the navy blue. It is located at 660 Southwest Service Road. There are 5 parcels for a total of 2.805 acres. The subject property does lie within the office service zoning district, and it is located along the Southwest Service Road, which is the road that fronts that property. And then in the rear of the property is South Hale Street. It is designated currently in the comprehensive long-range plan as commercial. Staff has reviewed the applicable criteria and standards found within the UDO. I won't go through all the sections, but it is found to be compliant with all standards. This basically means that the applicant has asked for no deviations. The applicant did request to make some changes to the counts, which means they're all going to be townhomes at this point. And you can see before you, the numbers for the 3 bedrooms stayed the same. There will now be 7 2-bedrooms, and there will be no 1-bedroom units. There will only be 2 office units on the property. This actually made it more compliant, and again, there are no deviations being requested. With this application, today we received several documents. So I'm just going to go through the list, and those are waiting in the wings for the people to present later. One is from Nora Bowman, and those are prepared and ready for her to present. Suzanne Coleman added some documents. Those are here and ready to present. And Chris Smithson also gave us some documents, and those are ready for him.
Suzanne and Chris were for 470.
Oh, sorry, yeah, I've got a lot in my head, sorry about that.
Contagious.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
So which one has,
So Miss Nora Bowman.
Okay,
is-
gotcha.
Yes, and they are ready for her.
okay, just making sure we're,
Other ones are ready for the other one, yes. I should have taken your cue, Reagan, I saw it on your face. Staff has prepared the draft motions and findings of fact for you all. They are found in the staff report at the end of the staff report. If anyone has any questions of me yet, but the applicant,
But do we have more chairs anywhere?
in that closet.
Standing up, if we have them.
well, there's some empty places too, but maybe they don't want to get so close. All right. I believe it's Mr. Robinson. Okay, well, that'll give us time to look at the changes too.
I'm down the office only 2.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Did you go to the planning board?
I feel like we're not supposed to. That's the way it's like, but I didn't go.
Okay, I think we can go ahead and get started. If everybody, yeah. Does everyone have a seat that wants a seat? We still have people outside in the hallway. If everyone's in the hallway, if you want to come inside, we do have more chairs set up. Just to, they don't want to come, okay, thank you. We have a doorkeeper here, thank you so much. All right, welcome, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, Town Council. My name is Nick Robinson. It's a pleasure to be back in front of you in person once again. I practice law at Bradshaw Robinson Slaughter in Pittsboro, 128 Hillsborough Street, 27312. And I am delighted to be here tonight on behalf of Tams Properties LLC. I'm here tonight with Marcel Gano to represent the applicant. He's the developer of the project. And as Ms. Russell mentioned, I won't go into a whole bunch more detail, but the project is a mixed-use plan with 32 townhomes and 2 office buildings located in a commercial section where mixed use and high-density residential is encouraged and directed by your comprehensive plan. In terms of witnesses tonight, you all have been through this drill many times before with a conditional use permit, but I'll have 3 witnesses that I would like to call up tonight. One is Mike Nichols, Paramount Engineering, and he is a land planner, a landscape architect, who will describe the project for you and the fact that it meets the various requirements for the conditional use permit and the preliminary plat. In addition, Travis Fluid is here from Kimley Horn, who did a very simple and basic traffic analysis that he will be able to report on very briefly. And then also with me tonight is Liz Geary, who is an appraiser, who will testify briefly on property value impacts. So that's just to give you a roadmap of where we're headed. This is a quasi-judicial proceeding, as Madam Mayor pointed out. As such, so we'll be submitting evidence into the record to meet the findings that are established by the UDO for both the conditional use permit and the preliminary plat. To begin with, we'd like to formally tender for the record and incorporate into the record the entire application packet as revised. Into the record, and as well as the staff reports on these matters, so that they will be a part of the quasi-judicial evidentiary record. In addition, each of the exhibits reviewed or discussed by our witnesses are intended and are hereby submitted to the record for this hearing. As Ms. Russell alluded to, the Planning Board reviewed these requests, she stated in her staff report, at its July 22 meeting. Planning Board took a vote on the conditional use permit application, and a motion to deny was made, and it was a 3-3 vote. Since approval was not recommended, the Planning Board, the conditional use permit was deemed not approved for the preliminary plat as well. Although the Planning Board recommendation was a draw, the planning staff has steadfastly supported findings that would result in the approval of the conditional use permit and agreeing that all of the requirements of a conditional use permit are met and that the project itself is compliant with all of your standards that are set out in the UDO. Your staff has attached as Exhibit A and Exhibit B to the staff report findings that would establish all of those things. So as I'm sure you recall, this site was the subject of a prior zoning request that involved a self-storage facility. I wasn't involved in that project, but I happened to be on the line with some other projects on some of the nights when that matter was before you. And at that time, many of the comments that I heard, and that I'm sure you will remember, were that the zoning should not be changed, and that this site would be better suited to a mixed-use, multifamily type commercial office plan. So my client fits hand in glove with that. There's no requested zoning change, just asking for the required conditional use permit for this number of dwellings and a preliminary plat. And as you can tell from your staff report, my client has presented a plan that fits perfectly into your scheme of development for that area. And I think it's also important to note that, like I said, it doesn't involve any zoning change. We're just doing what the zoning allows in this area in the town of Southern Pines. And, you know, townhomes and office uses are allowed in the OS district. I want to call your attention just very briefly to a point that was ably made by your staff and that I will reiterate, which is when you look at your comprehensive long-range plan, there's a section where it lays out all of your different proposed future land use categories. You know, some of those categories are residential equestrian, urban reserve, low-density residential. One of those categories is commercial. And this tract of land lies squarely within the section that you all have identified as commercial for your town. And when you read the description in the comprehensive long-range plan about what's supposed to happen in a commercial area, the first thing that section does, it's only one paragraph, is describe where the commercial area is physically, and this tract of land is in that area, and then it has one sentence. And that one sentence is, higher density residential may be incorporated into mixed-use developments within areas designated for this future land use category. It's almost as if that was written to describe this project. And so if you are to be directed and guided by your comprehensive long-range plan, then this project fits into it perfectly. I'm going to move on into one other point I want to make before we get into the evidence is that you should also keep in mind as you work through your decision on this, this is zoned OS, meaning office services, which means there are lots of uses that are allowed in this district by right. And some of the things that you could find approved in this district are a hotel, and we know that because there's a hotel right next door. A private fitness club could be situated there, and a daycare. We know that too because there's a daycare on the other side. So those are some of the other things that could just happen basically as of right without any further ado. And so you have to look at the context of things when you're deciding whether to permit a conditional use permit for a use that's allowed within the district. So thank you for your attention to that. For our evidence, I would like to call forward Mr. Mike Nichols, who will be speaking on the land plan. So we'll just have to, yeah, let's try to alternate or stay as close to the mic. Maybe that's the best way to do it. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mike Nichols. I'm with Paramount Engineering. Address is 122 Cinema Drive, Wilmington, North Carolina, 28403. That's Nichols.
Mike, what is your job title?
I'm a landscape architect and a land planner.
And you mentioned your job. How long have you been at that job?
I've been with Paramount Engineering for 3 years.
All right, and do you have any prior related experience?
Yes, sir. I've been doing this profession for 24 years. Prior to this, I had my own firm, worked at several other firms in San Diego County.
Okay, do you have any licenses for landscape architecture?
I do. I'm licensed in the state of North Carolina and in the state of California.
Okay, do you have any certificates for land planning?
I'm AICP, which is the American Institute of Certified Planners.
Okay. And do you have any prior experience in site design?
Yes. Again, been doing this for 24 years.
Okay. Is it correct to say that this is an application for a conditional use permit to allow a mixed-use residential and office development on the property required under Section 2.21 of the UDO?
That's correct.
Is it also correct that this application is for approval of a major subdivision preliminary plat for single-family attached townhomes pursuant to Section 2.20.5 of the UDO?
Yes, it is.
Is it correct that these applications both involve the same project known as Village Walk, applied for by Tams Properties LLC?
Yes.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to tender Mr. Mike Nichols as an expert in the fields of land planning and site plan design based on his experience.
Yes, accepted.
Thank you. Mike, did you assist in the preparation of the conditional use permit application and the preliminary plat application filed on or about May 11th, 2021?
I did, yes.
Would you mind taking a moment for the council to just describe the site plan and project?
If you don't mind, I asked VJ, if I did a real quick kind of color rendering. It's a little easier to read than the black and white, so if we can pull that up. It doesn't contain all the technical document information that the one that was just up does, but I think it'll find it a little bit easier to understand.
Okay. Yeah, because
least
this
I
one's
do.
got a lot of lines.
A lot of lines, a lot of small lettering. It should just come on the OS, because I emailed him a PDF.
Okay. Is that it?
There we go.
There we go.
A little bit easier. So I'll just go briefly through this to hit some of the highlights. The site plan is 6 buildings, as you can see, spread out throughout the site. It was designed as such in order to provide what I would say is a lower impact or visual impact footprint on the property. By spreading out the buildings, we are able to also have the parking be directly adjacent to front doors and provide green space, not only at the required buffers, which are all around the perimeter and the front and rear of the property, but also to provide internal green space. As you can see, between buildings B3 and B5, there's a centralized meeting area where there would be, as required by the ordinance, a play structure for residents who live in the facility. I think it might have been mentioned briefly, but I want to make sure that it's at least on the record. If not, that, these are for sale items or residences. So one of the things that we touted to the planning board, which I feel is important to the process here, is to know that, having that investment in the community or the buy-in for the folks who are going to live here also helps to, the appearances, the upkeep, the management, that type of thing, because you actually have, buy-in for the folks that live there. I mentioned the orientation and how everything is headed or facing inward to the site. That's by design. As you'll notice that Hale Avenue to the north has no direct facing driveways other than the main driveway or the secondary driveways into the property, but no doors, no any other. Are you going to help me out, BJ? I'm going to try. Okay, thank you. That's okay. And does this pointer work, perhaps?
That's a lot to ask.
Well, I'll just keep going.
Did you want it to be not on that drawing?
No, I want that drawing. Did I do something wrong? Okay. There are 3 access points, vehicular access points to the project, and
Okay, hang on a second. BJ's got a black screen.
Not for long.
Also got black electrical tape trying to hold this operation together.
So why don't we wait for it not to be a black screen, just saying. I like that you have electrical tape. This makes me feel really good.
Everybody's got duct tape. I'll take it.
Rotary meeting. Oh, boy. This is good. Nothing but the best, folks, nothing but the best.
If anybody thinks we're spending too much tax money on anything, suffice it to say, we're saving you money.
Now, let's hope it works.
there we go. Okay, so I left off with the vehicular entry points. There are 2 entries off of South Hale, and the main project entry on Service Road, and that would be located to the right bottom of the illustration there. We call that the main entry because we're going to site all of the mailbox cluster units and that type of thing there. So when you are coming home from work, you want to get your mail, that would be a more easily accessible space to pull over and get your mail versus having to park and drive and walk down, although we don't discourage walking. There are sidewalks throughout the proposed subdivision here. We also have sidewalks that are going to be provided on both Southwest Service and on Hale as part of the project. Stormwater is handled in the upper right-hand corner of the site there. It will handle all of the stormwater for the site, and will be meeting the requirement for maximum impervious, which is less than 65%. The density has also been met with the 32 units. We have 77 parking spaces on site. Within the parking area itself, there is 15% landscape area provided, which is also required per the ordinance. And for the buffers, we have a very large buffer in setback that's required along Service Road. It's a 75-foot wide building buffer with a 50-foot landscape buffer. And then on the other sides and rear of the property, we have the 25-foot building and 15-foot landscape. One of the main characteristics, we believe, of this site in order to fit into the community and help with the community as this site would eventually be developed, is to provide a transition, and that transition is between the busier highway corridor, Highway 1, and the more established residential neighborhoods. So if you think about, what could go on this site, we feel that having the buildings be separated as they are to provide a much wider base for that buffer, and not having, say, what you might see in a typical like apartment or townhome complex where you one big parking lot on half the project and the other half of the project's all built up. This sort of disperses that density and also helps provide that buffering that we're trying to accomplish. That's kind of my overview. I think we did talk about the number of units, so I won't go over that, but if there are any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Which ones are the office, or is it not determined yet?
Marcel, I think you were kind of going back and forth. Are we going on building 5, B5?
Building 5 and 6.
5 and 6, the center, yeah, okay. So 5 and 6, which are the two?
No, I'm sorry, it's 4 and 6.
4 and 6, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Can you show us on this monitor right here?
Yes. Good. Thank you, Mike. So are you're familiar, obviously, with both applications. And to the best of your knowledge, are they complete?
Yes.
Have you made yourself familiar with the Southern Pines UDO, particularly the requirements of a conditional use permit application in section 2.21 and a valid preliminary plat application set forth in 2.19?
Yes, yes,
Okay. Have you reviewed the preliminary plat application in light of the UDO requirements?
yes.
To the best of your knowledge, does the preliminary plat application meet all of the requirements of the UDO?
It does, and I believe staff also stated that as well.
Okay. And so section 2.20.4G sets forth 6 criterion that are necessary for approval of a preliminary plat. I'm just going to read those. One is the application is consistent with the sketch plan if applicable. 2 is the application is consistent with the comprehensive plan as well as any other adopted plans. 3 is proposed subdivision complies with the UDO and applicable state and federal regulations. 4, proposed subdivision, including its lot sizes, density, access, and circulation, is compatible with the existing and/or permissible zoning and future land use of adjacent property. 5, proposed subdivision will not have a detrimental impact on the safety or viability of permitted uses on adjacent properties. And then 6 is proposed public facilities are adequate to serve the normal and emergency demands of the proposed development and to provide for the efficient and timely extension to serve the future development. You've heard me read those, and I know you've said that you're familiar, made yourself familiar with those. Based on your knowledge and experience and your review of the UDO, do you have an opinion, a professional opinion, as to whether the preliminary plat as proposed meets the 6 criterion I just read for approval of a preliminary plat established under the UDO?
Yes, be my professional opinion that it meets all of the requirements and has been thoroughly vetted with staff in order to make sure we do meet those requirements. And we've also worked to go beyond those requirements in terms of the bulk and massing of the project in order to help with some of the comments that we've heard.
The next section I want to ask you about is the conditional use permit. To the best of your knowledge, does the CUP application meet all of the requirements of the UDO?
Yes.
Section 2.21.7A through F, pardon me, sets forth the 6 criterion for approval of a CUP. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to read through those. Proposed conditional use shall comply with all the regulations of the applicable zoning district and any applicable supplemental use regulations. That's the first one. Second is proposed conditional use shall conform to the character of the neighborhood in which it's located and not injure the use and enjoyment of property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. I want to stop on that one for a moment because I think that came up as a point at the planning board meeting. I think there were some folks that were concerned that this project wouldn't conform to the character of the neighborhood. And so what steps have you taken to ameliorate or adjust for that?
Okay, yeah, like I mentioned earlier, and I'll even elaborate a little bit more here. The idea behind the site design here is, well, one, we have some topography to deal with, so there will be retaining walls that are located along the Hale Street kind of intersection in the back left-hand corner, if you will. That will allow the grades to be lowered somewhat, so that if you're familiar with the street, if you've been down the street, you know that the properties that are adjacent and across the street sit up higher. So by having the B1, for instance, the building that's on the left there's a retaining wall behind it that will be set down somewhat so that the residences that are higher are really going to see over the top of that. So there won't be any diminished view if there's any type of, morning sunlight, afternoon sunlight, that type of thing. And all the buildings are two-story, so that, again, keeps the buildings at a relatively low scale. I also mentioned about the way that the site has been divided up or broken up into different quadrants or pieces because, one, I'd mentioned that, if this were designed perhaps by, someone who was trying to do a really, really efficient kind of large building design, not thinking about how it might fit into the neighborhood with smaller footprints, they could do all of these combined into one building on one side of the site and then do all the parking on the other side of the site. And it would be a far less attractive presentation for one, but it also wouldn't necessarily fit as well with the character of the adjacent buildings because it would be one huge footprint with one giant asphalt parking lot. Here, we're trying to do the opposite of that and break it up into little pieces to help it be a little bit more digestible on the site, if you will. I think that helps to answer some of the questions. But again, with the increased buffers that are required and the ability to, landscape it like we have and provide the open space, we feel like it's a very nice design. We looked at other options, especially after one of the planning board meetings, because folks were worried about having too many access points. It started to impede the flow of traffic and the ability for us to really break up the buildings like we wanted to because of the required fire department turnarounds and that type of thing. We actually had to add a driveway as part of the design process on this to help get some fire department comments received. So taking away a driveway just did not make sense.
One quick question. Can you remind us of the topography?
Yes, can I approach the?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because you mentioned the retaining wall, so I just want to make sure everybody has a good picture of what that, why.
High, low, sloping this way, that's why we have water here, so natural flow. Retaining wall that wraps this whole side so that the grade that's high here is held by that retaining wall, and then these are added lower. Does that make sense? So this driveway would actually slope down to a parking lot rather than be at grade. Therefore, oops, there we go. Oh, look at that. There it is. Yeah, here it is. So highest points are up here. Lowest points are down this way. You can see the topography falling. When you drive on Hale here, you're coming up a hill, and if you turn, you go even further up the hill when you come through the neighborhood. And then like the house across the street, I don't have a survey on it, but I can imagine just having been there that when I look up, it's probably a good 8 feet maybe higher than the street. So that's what I'm getting at in terms of how it falls away.
Okay.
Here we go. So if we're looking at that house is probably around 540. This is padded down maybe in the 530-ish, so that's about 10 feet.
Different question, though, and it may not be this hearing, and if it can be another one, that's fine. When you talked about the location of the two office buildings, and they were in the middle of B4 and B6, impact on residents that are in the surrounding buildings and the parking for the people that actually live there. How do you make it good for the residents and support the business? How do you envision that?
I envision someone with operational expertise to perhaps answer that better than I do. I'm a site designer, not an architect. So the reason for doing that architecturally would be best described by perhaps the builder. But I'll tell you, we have the parking adequately provided for everyone. So there will be parking for all spaces, including the offices are accounted in that square footage count.
Oh, no, I understand, but we go through the same thing all across the town. People want to park in front of where they live. People want to go to the office, they want to park in front of their office. I just something to consider.
No, I understand, and I think that's, plays into the advantage of why we spread everything around so that all the parking is skirting or perimeter of the buildings, and rather than have it be, like I said, the separation of the two. I know I probably didn't answer your question to the fullest extent, but.
And it may be premature right now for that question. I was just trying to get conceptually where you are.
I'm sorry.
I got one last one.
Go for it, and I'll
One
ask-
comment,
yeah.
and you said it very clearly, but I want to hear it one more time. Please confirm that you are requesting no deviations at all from a UDO or any standard.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you good? I guess my question, there's a lot of landscape buffer per requirements on Hale Street. There's a lot of natural, big vegetation, trees. How much of that, hopefully, would you be able to still use versus just clear cutting it all and replacing it with new landscape? What's the plan for that?
We're going to do our best. We haven't engineered the site yet and looked at the grades, so I can't 100% answer that, to be honest, because we're trying to get through the approval process so then we can engineer it. But I think our intent is to look, you have a tree ordinance that we have to abide by, and we also would, as designers, we like to keep as many mature trees, especially hardwoods if they're available. Some of the pine trees and that type of thing that are smaller, it might be better served in the long run to replace those. So the answer to the question is we're going to do our best. We don't know the answer to that question, though, at this time.
Yes, I was just wondering if you would just do an abbreviated version on that monitor so that everyone could see just what you just described.
So, again, we have 6 buildings on site. They're the lighter gray color with the numbers B1 through 6 on them. There are 2 entrance points for vehicles off South Hale. There's also one off Southwest Service Road. We're going to have a pull-out here where we're going to have the mail kiosk, so if you're going to come home and get your mail, we're trying to encourage folks to use this as their main point of entry so that they can do so. However, people will do what they do, we acknowledge that. B4 and B6 are the 2 units that we have in the central townhome, the office space. There's open space that's provided throughout the site. However, in the middle here, there's an open space that's what we're going to call sort of the central meeting area. The UDO requires that we have a playground structure for a major subdivision of this size, so that would be where that would be located. There are sidewalks throughout the development, as well as the ones that are going to be provided on Southwest Service and South Hale. The landscape buffers are the setback, for buildings is 75 feet, and the landscape buffer is 50 feet on this side, which is Service Road side. All other sides are 25 feet for the building and 15 feet. I mentioned this prior, didn't mention it tonight, but just to reiterate the fact that the way that the site is designed, buildings B3, B5, B1, and B6, which are closest to Hale Street, we did a takeoff on how close those would actually be to the curb. And given that there's a setback, there's a landscape buffer, there's a right-of-way, we're looking at approximately 50 feet to the closest building from South Hale's curb to the building itself, all of which would be natural area minus where there would be a 5-foot sidewalk provided there. And then one other small design feature that we looked at is that has split the driveway on South Hale that's furthest to the north in order to get some landscaping in there and to obstruct what might be a larger view of a parking lot, just to break it down in that scale that we talked about, trying to break things down to smaller bite-sized pieces on the site rather than having one continuous building block. Stormwater features located in the smallest area, or the lowest area that we have on site. We have retaining walls placed throughout the site in order to hold the grade, as we mentioned before. Pad elevations have not been set yet, however, they're going to be lower than South Hale Street, just because of the way the topography is and the way that the grades work out and where we have our retaining walls. And I think that about covers it. You can see that the parking is distributed throughout the site so that we can have that proximity to front doors and no front doors are shown to be facing directly towards South Hale. So the residents that are in that area aren't looking at people coming in and out of their buildings, they're looking at the landscape areas. And this is what we're going to call our transition between what will be a much busier Highway 1, established residences. This is what we call like an intermediate type development that's transitioning from a higher intensity use to a lower intensity use with this residential use to help mitigate any negative impacts that could come from someone who might come in and clear cut the site and put an office building or something like that. This is designed to be well done, effective use.
Yes.
Just got one more question.
Yes, sir.
Are there any structures on site that have to be removed
Yeah.
as you go through
There's that
this?
small, like abandoned house type thing. Yeah, there's a.
Shed or something?
Yeah, I can. General area here, here we go. You can see right here, this general area here, it's abandoned and kind of run down shed house type structure. I mean, there's no hazards.
Okay.
No inhabitants?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Mike, for that. Wanted to pause on that, that particular criterion for a short while because it was an issue at the planning board. I was going through the list. Adequate public facilities shall be provided as set forth in the UDO. Next one is proposed use shall not impede the orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for uses permitted within the zoning district or substantially diminish or impair the property values within the neighborhood. Next one is establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use shall not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. And the final one is that the public interest and welfare supporting the proposed use shall be sufficient to outweigh individual interests that are adversely affected by the establishment of the proposed use. I want to stop for just one more second and say that you're a certified land planner, correct?
Yes.
And is the concept of a transitional use between single-family residential and a highway, of having a transitional use of mixed use and multifamily, is that a fairly well-established planning concept?
It is, it is. And it's actually a desirable planning concept because it helps to go from a higher to a lower with a more intermediate use to buffer any potential negative impacts. In my opinion, I mean, in doing this for 20 odd years, plus years, whatever, it would be hard to find a developer who would want to put, say, single-family residence on a property like this. It's going to be developed in that type of manner, which will be a transition, I would believe.
And in your opinion, from among all the various uses that could be allowed there, has this use been designed in a way to be thoughtful of and protective of the character of the surrounding neighborhood?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Based on your knowledge, do you have an opinion as to whether the development as proposed meets the 6 criterion I just read for approval of a conditional use permit established under the UDO?
Yeah, I do, with one caveat. I'm not an appraiser. We have one here tonight, so one of the criteria is about appraisal. I would just say yes, minus that one, because it's outside my area of expertise, to be quite honest with you. We'll let them speak to that, but other than that, I believe all of them, yes.
Okay. Good. And then is this property subject to the West Southern Pines Overlay District that's also set out in the UDO?
Yes, it is.
In your opinion, is this proposed plan consistent with the additional provisions of that overlay district?
It is, and, we could talk in detail on that if you'd like. It's a very small part of the ordinance. It's an important part, however. Several of the main highlights of that talk about the use of home occupations and small businesses and that type of thing to be encouraged, and therefore, having these smaller office spaces in this development go along with that. So we feel like that helps to support that. There's also, the provision for small religious institutions or other institutional community service uses. Those aren't necessarily, prohibited, but we're not having there's not going to be any churches on site or anything like that, or any institutional uses that would be similar. A lot of the discussions that were held at planning board were a little bit outside the purview of that board in terms of the law and what's allowed to be talked about in terms of aesthetics and that type of thing at the time. There is a sensitivity to how the project will look by the developer. He's trying to keep it, like I said, small scale, 2-story, broken up, I believe there's some opportunities there to help reflect some of the character of the ranch style that might be more conducive to that type of design. But, you know, what we're trying to do here is to create a small little addition to this, what is otherwise a really nice neighborhood in terms of smaller scale development, and encourage a diversity of folks that might want to move in, or people who live in the neighborhood who might want to also buy into one of these types of buildings and stay close and feel part of the community and have some open space for all to enjoy, that type of thing, which I think fits in with the character of that plan.
Okay, we're closing in on the last three questions here. So is this property also subject to the Highway Corridor Overlay District?
It is, yes.
Exhibit 3-13 in the UDO sets out the Highway Corridor Overlay Development Standards that are applicable to the property. Have you reviewed that exhibit?
Yes.
And did you design the project around those requirements?
We did, and that has to do with building height, like I mentioned prior. It also has to do with setbacks and buffering from Highway 1, which I talked about. Minimum lot size, which is not an issue on its property of this size. So yes, we definitely looked at that exhibit and followed that, all the criteria.
Okay. So based on all of the foregoing, and to the best of your knowledge as a certified land planner, do you believe this project meets the applicable requirements for the conditional use permit and a preliminary plat, save the appraisal part?
Yes, I do.
All right. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for this witness.
Does anyone have any questions for Mike while he's still there?
Yeah.
The other Mike.
Mike to Mike.
Mike, all right.
Step up to the mic.
You talked about the transitional use going into the more established use of West Southern Pines.
Yes.
I can see that transitional use being a great sound buffer from US 1 for the established neighborhood. What do you envision is going to buffer the sound from US 1 to the residents of this neighborhood?
This one, well, the requirement for that 75-foot setback helps, but the 50-foot landscape buffer helps more. If you look at what we have along the road there, we are really set back from that road. Really, Building 4 is probably going to take the brunt of it just because it's facing that way, and that's one of where the office buildings will be. But the rest of the buildings, say B2, 1, 6, 5, and 3, they're behind or turned away from. So, yeah, we're not going to put up any screen walls or sound walls or anything like that. But, you know, with the additional landscape buffering, I think by the way that we've designed the property to be internally facing rather than externally facing, like I had mentioned in the presentation, will help to mitigate that. However, some of them will have probably louder exposures, whether or not that can be done through architectural enhancements to help mitigate those noises or not. I think that, you know, it's in the best interest of the builder to do so in order to make these marketable and sellable, so.
Well, and I think this links to what Councilman Murphy said of retention of the established trees, especially in certain areas where it makes sense, because we know, everyone knows, or maybe they don't.
Yeah.
Foliage does buffer noise.
It does.
So, I mean, so if we can, I would just offer that for consideration.
Absolutely.
As
I agree with that.
Retention of some of the well-established
I
trees.
do. I definitely agree with that, and I think it also helps with the character and the scale, to help break down scale, because there are a lot of really, really tall trees on that site, as you probably have seen, and I think that having them, a lot of the pines that are there also being evergreen help to do what you're talking about. I just can't stand up here wholeheartedly and give you an honest opinion that there won't be some trees cut down, because there will be. you know. But I think we're going to do our best to try to save the ones that we can and the ones that are especially of significance as defined in the UDO, so that we can have some established character, because that also helps with the product itself. I hear what you're saying, is what I'm trying to get at.
Yep, no, I get it, thank you.
Thank you, because there have been other neighborhoods that clear cut, and we're very conscious of that that is not what we want. Yeah. Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you.
If I can call up Travis Fluitt, please. If you could, please state your name for the record.
Travis Fluitt.
What's your position?
I'm a traffic engineer with Kimley Horn and Associates, 421 Fayetteville Street, Suite 600 in Raleigh.
How long have you been at Kimley Horn?
17 years.
Can you just give a brief description of your educational background?
I have a master's degree in transportation engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. I'm a professional engineer in the state of North Carolina.
Okay. Do you have any prior experience preparing trip generation analyses for projects?
Yes, I do. We've performed traffic analyses for hundreds of developments throughout North Carolina.
In what capacity have you been engaged by the applicant for this project?
To perform a traffic demand analysis.
All right. And Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd like to tender Mr. Fluid as an expert in the field of traffic engineering.
Accepted.
So has your firm prepared a traffic design analysis for this site?
Yes, we have.
What was your role in the preparation of it?
I prepared it and signed and sealed the document.
Okay. Are you familiar with the findings and conclusions of the TDA?
Yes, I am.
Is the TDA that you prepared for this project dated September 7th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
And let me pull out a copy here. Is this a true and correct copy of your traffic design analysis?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if I may, Madam Clerk, I'd like to hand up copies of this to the board, or however you want it best to handle that.
Will you enter that as exhibit D?
I was about to say, is that
D?
going to be entered as exhibit?
Okay, I'd like to enter that as Exhibit D to the record. D as in dog.
Yep.
So have you, Mr. Fluid, have you made yourself familiar with the Town of Southern Pines UDO, particularly any requirements related to traffic management?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the proposed site plan, at least as it regards traffic-related aspects?
Yes, I am.
Have you ever been to the geographic area covered by the TDA?
Yes, I have.
So what did your traffic design analysis conclude?
The trip generation for this site is projected to be less than 300 trips per day. That's the two-way volume in and out combined, with less than 30 trips during either the AM or PM peak hours. Again, 30 trips. That's two-way in and out. Based on the site access and distribution of traffic, we expect less than 150 or 15 peak hour trips on any of the adjacent roadways. And based on the site circulation, the sidewalks provided along both Hale Street and the service road, as well as internal to the site, given the connectivity of the adjacent roadways and the relatively low traffic impact of the proposed development, the impact of site traffic is not expected to be significant, and the existing transportation infrastructure is expected to be adequate to accommodate a safe and efficient circulation of vehicles and pedestrians on the network.
Great, thank you. Based on your TDA and all of the other information and experience at your disposal pertinent to this project, do you have an opinion based on a reasonable degree of engineering certainty as to whether this site is appropriate for the proposed project based on traffic considerations?
Yes, I do.
And what is your expert opinion on
That
that?
the site is appropriate for the proposed project based on traffic considerations.
Okay. Do you have an opinion as to whether this project as proposed would have a detrimental impact on the safety or viability of permitted uses on adjacent properties?
I do, and it is my opinion that the site will not have a detrimental impact on the safety or viability of permitted uses on adjacent properties.
Do you have an opinion as to whether this project as proposed would have a detrimental impact on or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare in general from a traffic standpoint?
I do, and it is my opinion that the site will not have a detrimental impact or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare.
Okay. Last question. Based on your experience and review, do you have any reservations about approval of the requested preliminary plat and the CUP based on traffic concerns?
I do not.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Your report, if I'm looking at it right, are you estimating 50% going out the service road and 50% heading out one of those three on the back? Is that, if I'm interpreting this correctly?
To be conservative, yes, I would expect more traffic going to and from the freeway, but to be conservative and, to try to maybe overestimate how much might go through the neighborhood, 50% seemed about reasonable. But it's still a very low volume of vehicles, so if I'm off by 10%, it's not going to make a significant difference one way or the other.
Any other questions for Travis?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're closing in on the end here. Thank you so much for your patience and interest. Our last witness that I would like to call to the stand is Liz Geary. Come on up. And I'm going to go ahead and get us ready. We have an Exhibit E that I'll just hand to you now so we can. Great. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Elizabeth Geary. I live at,
Can you hear her?
No.
sorry, vertically challenged.
There we go. Elizabeth Geary. Okay, what's your address?
810 Linden Road, Pinehurst, North Carolina.
What's your occupation?
I am a certified general real estate appraiser.
All right. And are you employed nearby?
I am employed with Village Appraisers in Pinehurst.
Since when?
2008.
Okay. Can you give a brief description of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Arts in Communications from UNC Pembroke.
Are you a real estate appraiser?
I am.
Are you certified as an appraiser?
I am, commercial and residential, yes.
Okay. Can you give a brief description for the council of the licenses held or obtained?
I hold that certified general appraiser license, currently pursuing my designation to get my MAI. I have a general contractor's license, broker's license, and home inspector's license. That's it.
Okay. In your capacity as an appraiser, have you had an occasion to report on residential and commercial property values?
I have.
Were you engaged by the applicant to inquire as to property value impacts and to render an expert opinion on the same?
I was.
Can you generally describe for the town council what tasks you completed for the applicant on this project?
We drove by the subject property and we viewed it as well as the homes directly across South Hale Street, 720 through 780. We then documented real estate sale prices for properties proximate to 8 townhome projects, and we documented those sales before and after the construction of those projects.
All right. I would like to tender Ms. Geary as an expert in the field of property valuation.
Accepted.
Has your firm prepared a report based on the steps that you just described?
We have.
And in that report, did you study the question of whether the proposed uses here would, quote, substantially diminish or impair the property values within the neighborhood, end quote? And I'm quoting from the UDO.
We did.
All right. What was your role in the preparation of the report for this site?
Instrumental.
You did it?
I did it.
Okay. Is the report that you prepared for this project dated September 13, 2021?
Yes,
And I don't have it with me anymore, but do you have it?
I do.
Is that a true and correct copy of the report as prepared?
it is.
It's 2 pages, a one-page letter with a map on the next page?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to introduce that report into evidence as Exhibit E. Thank you. So in the process of this, have you made yourself familiar with the Town of Southern Pines UDO, particularly provision in the UDO Section 2.21.7D, that a proposed use not substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood?
I have.
Are you familiar with the proposed site plan for Village Walk?
I am.
Have you studied the likely impact of a development of this type with proposed 32 townhome units and 2 office units?
We have.
Are you familiar with the neighborhood surrounding the proposed Village Walk development and the property values in that area?
Yes,
And based on your review of all those informations and the project, did you formulate an opinion as to whether Village Walk project, as described in the plan, if constructed, would substantially diminish or impair the property values within the neighborhood?
the research that we did indicates that there will be no significant impact or the property values will not be substantially diminished by the proposed use.
All right. Can you just briefly describe for the council why you reached that conclusion and how?
By looking at those sales of those 8 projects, again, looking at sales prior to the construction, after the construction, somewhere over the course of 7 years, there was no support for any diminution in value of those properties surrounding those townhome projects.
Okay. It's fair to say that in your expert opinion, if this project is built as designed, it's not going to have a negative impact on the property values of the adjacent homes.
No.
Very good. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Does anyone have any questions for Liz?
I do. While it will not have an impact, a negative impact, and as far as the diminished value, would there be an enhanced value that might impact the area that might cause property taxes to rise?
There is certainly that possibility.
Any other questions?
Very good, thank you. That's
Thanks.
all I have for that, for this witness. And that's it from the evidentiary standpoint for me. I just want to make a few comments
Okay.
to finish up. First thing I'd say is, you know this, but what we need to do tonight is consider the evidence that's in the record that's competent, material, and substantial in support of the various criterion that are to be determined whether they've been complied with or met. And so what we've done, I believe, is done a very thorough job of meeting each and every one of the criterion. And that's not to say that there won't be some folks that don't want the project nearby. It's also not to say that it won't be a change for those folks. I mean, they're good folks. They've lived there for a long time, many of them, I'm sure, and change is hard. And what I want to encourage you to keep in mind, though, is that the effort that's to be undertaken here tonight is to determine whether or not the standards have been met. And if the evidence shows that they have been met, then from a legal standpoint, the project needs to receive an approval. And I would also say that to ask you to also reflect on the context of this piece of property. We've seen some other projects that have been proposed for this piece of property, and we can imagine some other ones that would be substantially worse. It's hard to imagine something that would be better and would be feasible from a standpoint for a piece of property like this, situated as it is, directly in between a busy highway and a neighborhood. A lot of effort and thought, I think, has gone into the site plan design to accommodate that. And we know that it's not going to make everyone happy, but we ask you to consider the legal criterion that need to be considered for the purposes of determining whether or not to approve it. And then I guess the last thing I would say is that keep in mind that this is not a rezoning. This is an allowed use in this district on this property. And the very last thing I would want to say is that, and I've said this to you before, it's more of a logistical thing, is this is a quasi-judicial hearing. And I don't want to be that guy that stands up and objects to hearsay and to incompetent evidence, and I'm not going to do that. But I just want to say that I would like to reserve a little bit of time at the end in the event there's some things that need to be responded to or some things that come in that wouldn't be qualified evidence for the record.
Okay.
And if there's nothing else, no more questions for me, I'll sit down and look forward to hearing from the rest of the folks.
Okay, thank you very much. We do appreciate that the applicant did listen to what was said before about having housing and offices. And we do appreciate the fact that there's no variance and that it is zoned as OS, and he is in compliant with that. It looks like it's a very well thought out design, and the zoning is staying the same. That being said, we've got several people who want to speak. Just remember, this is a quasi-judicial. You have got certain standards that you have to adhere to. It can't, so we'll just go from there, and you've got the papers from the back that tells you what you should be doing. So the first one, I might have trouble with people's handwriting. Rose Page, thank you. I have stated your name, but if you will state your name and your address, please, ma'am. And since there's so many people that want to speak, if we can kind of keep it tight, I guess you could say.
Good evening. My name is Rose Page. And if you'll just bear with me for a few moments, I'll get right to the point. As I stated, my name is Rose Page. And to the council, thank you for letting me have a say.
Can you state your address, please, ma'am?
520 South Hale Street.
Thank you.
I've lived at that address for 47 years. I raised 2 daughters there. One is 48, she's a nurse in New Jersey. The second one is 32, and she works with autistic kids. That's not an easy job. But I worked in the nursing facility as well for 33 years, right here in Southern Pines, which I like. It's a quiet neighborhood. Now, the last daughter, the youngest daughter, those were my kids over there making noise. I apologize for that. But I wanted you to meet my grandkids. I'm disabled. I was in an accident here in Southern Pines. As I said, I was a caretaker as well. I took care of the elderly. That was my best job ever. They became my parents. They taught me things that I would meet today. Actually, I thought they were just old, they don't know. But look at us today. They did know. My second point, they talked about if the taxes would be raised. I want to tell you a little something. Last week, I just paid my taxes. I live alone. I own 520 South Hale Street, that home there, for 48 years. And I paid those taxes every year. Not $500, almost. I felt the pinch last week. I'm on a certain low income, social service. We know the deal. And I'm doing the best I can, being disabled. I can't afford my taxes to go up. And I want you to understand, I don't have a whole lot of money. That accident came at an early age for me. I love what I did. But after that accident tore me apart, I couldn't work anymore. I couldn't go any higher. So I'm sort of stuck at 520 South Hale Street. And I just want you to know a little bit about me and them grandbabies you heard back there. I take care of those kids. The youngest girl, she's going to work. She's working for a general, and he's disabled as well. In the process, I keep those kids. And in that yard, I don't have a big fence, any fence at all, for the traffic that a lot of people say is not going to happen. That's not true. It's already bad. And with this big thing that's coming, they won't even be able to go outside. They won't. And I'm doing the best I can do. I just want you to listen. It's quiet there. Other than some of those crazy people running up South Hale Street. Well, what do you think with all this other stuff? I have a deficit in this left ear. I don't like a lot of noise. I just want you to understand. Help us out here. A lot of us have been here a long time. I'd like for us to have you guys to give us a continuance. My daughter left. She couldn't stay any longer. She had a letter she wanted read. Maybe I'll give it to Nora to read. I've sort of spent all my time standing up. So if you just allow a little later, let her read the letter she wrote. I worked hard when I could, taking care of people that couldn't take care of themselves. Some was in it for the money, but my heart said that could have been my mom or my daddy. And I watched them. I took care of them. How about you guys taking care of me? If you would. Thank you again, too. you guys for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Page.
All right.
Is the next person on the list, is this your daughter that had to leave? It is. Okay, so I'll keep on moving. Betty Campbell?
I would like to say good evening to everybody. My name is Betty Campbell. I live at 520 South Hill Street. I've been there
510?
for
You said 520.
510.
510, okay.
510.
Okay, just making
I still
sure.
combine on what
Okay,
she
just
said.
making sure.
But anyway, I've been there 43 years. And like she said, it's quiet and peaceful and you know, a lot of people are afraid of change. And I'm like she is about the traffic, like Rose is about the traffic and about the tax situation. I'm still working, trying to make ends meet. And I don't need no additional taxes or anything. So I just appreciate y'all listening to me. I won't take up no more of your time. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Angela McNeil?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Angela McNeil. I reside at 510 South Hill Street, and Betty Campbell is my mother. I was born and raised here, moved to 510 South Hill Street when I was 12 years old. So I grew up here. Moved away, and I've since returned. My children are grown as well. However, I do have grandchildren. And one of my grandchildren who visits often is 7 years old, and he's on the autistic spectrum. So with that being said, you know, there's enough traffic that comes through that area. And far too often, it's easy to project what you think, you know, a situation may look like when it's, 32 apartments doesn't sound like a lot. However, depending on the family structure that's in those apartments, 77 parking spaces, that can turn into a lot of in and out traffic, not to mention visitors. So with keeping my grandchild in mind, and just the fact that, yes, he's outside and he's, not outside unattended. However, just with the traffic running in and out and you're playing ball or whatever. When I was growing up on that street, we play ball or run out in the street, Sometimes you don't stop and think as a kid, and you're just darting across to go get it, kind of thing. And God forbid, that type of situation. So I don't want that type of influx in that community. And I would like for you all to consider that. I appreciate you taking the time to hear us this evening. And I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Nora Bowman?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. Thank you for having us here today. I have several points that I would like to make.
Your address, Nora?
Yes, my name is, let me start over. My name is Nora Bowman. I live at 740 South Hill Street in West Southern Pines.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am here this evening as a resident that will be directly impacted by CU-02-21, a concerned citizen of West Southern Pines. I am asking that the town of Southern Pines take into consideration the adverse effect this major subdivision, Village Walks, will have on an already vulnerable West Southern Pines community. The applicant has applied for a conditional use/special use permit to build a major subdivision of 30-plus condos, townhomes, offices, and 78 parking spaces on 2.8 acres. This scale of subdivision is not allowed under the current zoning of office service, which allows single-family attached townhomes that fall under Land Use Code 1112, Chapter 4 and 5 in the UDO, and two-family duplexes, Land Use Code 1120. What is not allowed under the current zoning of office service use is multifamily condos under Land Use Code 1153 and is considered a combination use where one or more of the principal use requires a conditional use permit. Per UDO 3.7.1, townhomes require a conditional use permit. When a major subdivision applies and when 6 or more townhome lots are created. I would like to remind the town that zoning this area of office service was to prevent this type of inclusionary zoning. This site should be developed according to the West Southern Pines Neighborhood Development Plan that recognizes the need for additional guidance in land use and future growth. This type of project will only benefit the builders, GNU Construction, and the sellers which do not live in West Southern Pines. As it is depicted in the conditional use permit written narrative, UDO 2.21.7, the benefit does not include West Southern Pines or neighbors that will be directly impacted. I remind you, this subdivision is being built in West Southern Pines. I ask, how will this benefit West Southern Pines? The community, according to HUD and the Qualified Census Tract 9508.01, to be a Tier 1 or Tier 2 low-income community. At this time, I would like to review the site as it will truly adversely impact our neighborhood and community according to UDO 2.17.7 criteria of a conditional use permit A, B, D, and E. And if I could get Susie to load those for me, thank you. Either one, it don't matter. It's just short ones. It's just short ones, it don't matter. You can start anywhere. Yeah, that's great. Okay, this is the original design that GNU Construction has established. It is not showing where he's made the changes as of August 26. But I would just like to point out some of the areas of the criteria for conditional use. If you see on the bottom right-hand or the left-hand corner is Hale Street is not a through street. So at the bottom left-hand corner is almost a dead end. You have to go back up the hill to that's West Michigan Avenue for through traffic. So starting at the next exit, the next entryway for Village Walks, right there where he's pointing, right there, that is an entryway on Hale Street. If you come on down, there's 2 more entryways and exits that I have highlighted there, those 2. That is right in front of the neighbor's house and their driveways. If you keep straight down Hale Street, which I have footage of this, Hale Street is not a through street. Hale Street, it almost dead end. You have to go back towards the community. This is standing in my driveway. At the end of the street is a stop sign. You go on down, you have to go around. That is how wide the street is of Hale Street. We're talking about entryways right at this point at my driveway. So if you go on up, he talks about the clearance, the buffer. There's not big trees there that will already be in place. Those are thin trees that are located within that area. It's a house in there, and if they put a sidewalk in, you would have to eliminate those trees anyway, if you're gonna put a side in according to the street here. So as it goes on up, you'll see a little bit more of the West Wisconsin. That's where the second driveway would be, right there. And where that truck is coming around the corner, that's how they would have to enter, coming through the Longleaf neighborhood off Morganton Road. There's no outlet there. You have to go back through Longleaf development to come down where this truck is coming in. So it's not a through street. If you would show the next one for me. Okay, this is standing on their side of the street. You see the arrow pointing up. This is the houses. You see how wide the street is, I don't know what the standard street would be. These are the driveways here. At this point, right past my house, here is where they have an exit, enter and exit right here. You go on down, we have a swimming pool here on the corner that a neighbor has for her kids. And Miss Betty and Miss Rose live down on the end. If you go all the way down, that dead end as well. You have to go back on to Mechanic Street and then go out to Pennsylvania. Okay, this is Service Road. Service Road is not a through street. Service Road dead ends at the day's end. This is the entry point here that they would have for mail trucks coming in and out. So Service Road is almost a dead end, or you have to cut through the parking lot of the day's end. This site here where it's supposed to be 75 feet back buffer, it's already cleared 75 feet. So they would have to plant adult trees there to buffer that 75-foot area here. It's already cleared 75 feet. That pole would be Hell Street, and that's just a little clearing between the daycare center and the property that is in question. I think I got one more. Okay. All righty, this is from the corner coming off of Highway number 1. This is West Wisconsin and Hell Street is that sign here. West Wisconsin and Hell Street. You would have to turn on to Hell Street here. Hell Street goes all the way up. It's not a through street. You have to go back up and back through Longleaf. If you got on from number 1 highway, you would come down here. That's Service Road. That's number 1 highway south. That's number 1 highway south. That's Service Road. The next road over here coming back would be Hell Street. We did talk about traffic. We had an engineer here that talked about traffic. I'm not an engineer, but I've lived in this community over 30 years. I know in the morning, I work out of the neighborhood, so in the morning, I wouldn't dare get on number 1 highway to go to work. I have to go back through on this street, West Wisconsin, back to Carlisle Street, over to Morganton. Or I would have to take West Wisconsin to Pennsylvania and then get on to number 1 highway. So we're building this structure here. Like I said, I'm not an engineer, but I know for a fact, and living there 30 plus years, the people in that community, you cannot state that they are going to use the entry and exit on Service Road. It would be more apparent from looking at the diagram of that area that they would enter in and out on South Hell Street. And I got 1 or 2 more things here, and I'm gonna finish up because I know it's a long night. But I want to point out some things on this UDO 2.21.7, criteria for conditional use permit. And I wanted to point out that within the package that was offered, the planning board does state in there that it is, that the council should take some of this under consideration. So it is not something that has been proven by GNU Designs or the engineers here. It is up to the town council to make these determinations. I find that the application appears to be inconsistent with this criteria. I also would like to state that I have also included a letter. I don't know, was it included in the package, Susie? No, I sent it to BJ. But I have a copy here that I would like to pass out to the council, and this letter states,
Because she's got two, I would like to enter her first presentation as Exhibit F, and then her letter will be G, Exhibit G.
Okay.
okay, all right. This letter was sent to the planning board, I want to think on the 25th, and it says, "Good morning, BJ and Susie. Now that the Town of Southern Pines Advisory Board is in place, we would like the Village Walks Project CU-02-21 to be reviewed by the board. This board has been established to review these types of projects. The advisory board would need time to review the project as it would affect the revitalization efforts of West Southern Pines. It would also be in the best interest of the board to get input from Southern Pines community that they serve. We, the neighbors, would like to request a continuance, if possible, to yield the advisory board's review. Please advise us on what we are able to do." This letter is actually signed by all the neighbors that live on 740 South Hill Street.
Just to clarify, the Community Connectors is not an advisory board.
I understand that. I made this letter up before I was clear about if it was
Okay.
an advisory board, a committee, or a group.
It's not an
I
advisory.
understand.
Yes, ma'am.
I
Okay,
do
just one,
understand.
just wanted to,
I just typed the letter up
Yeah.
before I was clear.
just
on-
wanted, just
yeah.
wanted to clear, yeah, just wanted to clarify that.
Yes, I made that clear to the residents
Okay.
once, I presented that letter, but it was already sent out to
Yeah,
BJ. Okay?
okay.
So, with that being said, I am asking for a continuance, for that to be reviewed by the, Community Connectors Committee.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ordinances
Yeah.
that she,
Question.
yeah, that she referred to, can we see those? Can you pull those up that
I guess
she,
just, I thought I heard some things were not allowed.
not allowed,
Whereas
yeah.
we were told a minute ago they were. And so that, yeah, I had the same question. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to see, sounds like we're not seeing it from the same page here.
She also brought up the criteria for the CUP, if you want to, that's also, sure. So what she first talked about was, in order to do certain multifamily structures, you have to go through the CUP process. So it isn't just a by right use, which is what she's referring to. So Marcel Gano is proposing to do townhomes. Because he's proposing to do more than 6, he has to come through with a CUP. Because in your multifamily and townhome section of the UDO, it requires that. But it is a use that is allowed. It's just that it requires this process. Does that help?
I think so. Does it help?
I think so, yeah.
So it is an allowable land use as long as you go through this process?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the duplex and the condos are not being brought to this application anymore, so, but those would require the same thing but different numbers. And then she talked about the criteria for a CUP, and she found it not consistent with A, B, D, and E in her opinion.
Okay. What was it, A, B?
D and E.
I
I think if we're going to counter what the applicant has said, I think we need to know why specifically A, B, D, and E are non-compliant in the opposition's
Yeah.
opinion.
What are your grounds for those concerns? Yes, ma'am, please.
It says number A, says that the proposed conditional use shall comply with all regulations of the applicable zoning district and any applicable supplemental uses and regulations. That would refer to the current zoning that is in place now.
The OS.
The OS, correct.
Which they have not done anything about the zoning. Nothing's
Right.
changed.
But they need a conditional use, a special use permit to build this density of buildings on that particular space.
That, excuse me, that's why we're here right now.
Correct, and that's what we're opposing. That's what the group is opposing. That's what the neighborhoods, that's what we are opposing. We're not opposed to growth in building in that area. That's what we're not opposed to. We're opposed to the type of buildings that are going in there. He didn't mention a price of these now all townhomes that was changed on August 26. But these type of townhomes would actually raise the taxes in our area. Southern Pines, or West Southern Pines, is considered a Tier 1 or Tier 2 area. Why would you build upscale townhomes within a 1 or 2 tier community? This has been proven by HUD and the census tract. So it would impede our area. That's A. B says the proposed conditional use shall conform to the character of the neighborhood in which it is located. My home, I had an appraisal done by Wells Fargo. My home appraised at $75,000. My taxes this year was $750 some odd dollars. If we have this type of project in our community, we're looking at our taxes probably tripling. He didn't say the price of these condos, which would be interesting. I would imagine 200, 300,000. We're looking at our taxes possibly tripling. Now, would that directly affect me? Maybe not. It may cost me a Starbucks week or something or whatever. But some of the other residents don't work. They are on a fixed income. So that would greatly affect their ability and enjoyment to live in their homes. We go on to number D. The proposed use shall not impede the orderly development and improvement of surrounding properties for uses permitted within the zoning district and substantially diminish or impair the property value within the neighborhood. It wouldn't diminish it. from the outside. But if we had to pay triple the taxes that we pay now, could we afford to have our yards cleaned? Could we afford to have our house painted? Could we afford to put a roof on our home? Probably not. So that would impede our enjoyment. The traffic as well. He talked about the traffic coming through the neighborhood. Right now in our neighborhood, when I took this video, I was out there maybe 30 minutes, 25 minutes. I think 2 cars came through our neighborhood. What are the chances of that happening once this project is built? Would that impede on our enjoyment? Yes. With the lights of the cars turning in from our street all during the day and night, you can't say a person is gonna be home at a certain time. So we're talking about 78 parking spaces, if they're working people, times 2. We'll just say 70, we'll round it off. That's 140 cars per day. Even if you go to the grocery store and back, that's 140 cars per day. That's not including FedEx, UPS, the people that are be coming in and out for the offices. That's not including all of that. Friends, teenagers, it's not including all of that. That is not taken into consideration. I don't have to be an engineer to figure that out.
Hey, Nora, can I ask a question?
Wait, sure.
Can I interrupt real quick and ask you a question? Because what we have to do, the council, is based on that criteria.
Correct.
I hear you, and your points are well taken.
Correct.
And I understand everything you're saying. But what we're limited to for the decision tonight is, and I know you don't like the word diminish the property values, I can tell.
Right.
But that's the criteria we have to evaluate this this application on.
Right.
I believe you. I believe your perceptions. But just remember, when we're going through this, we have to go back to A through E in those specific criteria and see if the applicant has met those criteria. If you don't believe they have, specifically according to that criteria, what didn't they meet? And then they'll respond, and then we can have it. But if it's not a part of the criteria, we can listen, and it's interesting.
Right.
And it's informative. But
That's what I'm
much.
reading from right here.
This is what we have to live by, is what is zoned. And there is no variance to this zoning. And Mr. Robinson,
Correct. And I understand exactly what you're saying. What I'm saying is that the conditional use or special use permit is what I am opposed to. That's what we're opposed to. And the conditional use, special use permit would allow them to build more than what an office service space would accommodate. So with an office service space, they can build, it just can't be as dense as what they have here. So that's what we're opposed to. We're opposed to the density of this particular area, of this particular project. We're talking about 30-plus units on 2.8 acres. That's what we're here about. If they wanted to build to the standards of office service, that's fine. So what you're hearing today is
but they are building to OS.
with a conditional use permit.
That's why we're here. This is what, this whole quasi-judicial thing is for, that's what we're dealing with.
Right, and that's what we're opposed to. The conditional use permit is to allow them to build more than what an office service would allow them to build. I just read it in the statement here. Office service, the applicant has applied for a conditional use, special use permit to build a major subdivision of 30-plus condos, townhomes, offices, 78 parking space. This scale of subdivision is not allowed under the current zoning office service, which allows single-family attached townhomes that fall under land use 1112, chapter 4 and 5 in the UDO. And two-family duplexes, land use code 1120. I went on to say what is not allowed under the current land use. This is in the report. This is in the report, that the package that came out. This information that I'm reading is within your staff report. So if it says it here, it's got to be true. I didn't put it in there. It's in this package that the staff report has put out. So this is directly from the staff report that I've taken this information. I understand you said the criteria and where it is now, but the staff report even said it. It's here. I didn't make it up.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bowman. Next is Arthur Mason.
Good afternoon. My name is Arthur Mason, and I reside at 795 West New Hampshire Avenue, Southern Pines. Madam Mayor, members of council, thank you for allowing me to speak. Now, I'm here because I knew that Ms. Bowman was going to need somebody to sort of have her back a little bit. All right? Now, I know this quasi-judicial thing that we're doing now is something that they decided they would have to implement because they was going to be forced, our people was going to be forcing them to listen to our grievances. Now, I've been affiliated with this community all my life. I'm a member of the NAACP, I'm a Citizen for Change, and the most recently formed Community Connectors Group, and also the Masonic Temple. It's so many different things that I'm. Listen, that quasi-judicial thing, when you come in here and you're gonna come in here with a development like that, and you're gonna push these people taxes up, we are a 1, 2 tier, the part of Moore County. I understand Moore County is a tier 3, but our area is not a tier 3. I would say maybe 1.5, but our people cannot afford it. If we can come up with a way where we would have a development that would say, push the people of West Southern Pines and them and their commitments up to where they can be, maybe 2 3/4, almost a 3, then we would enjoy for a development like this to come in. But like I say, right now, I'm gonna have to get on with Ms. Bowman, and please give us the Community Connectors Group chance to sort of like look it over a little bit and get back with the council, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mason. Felicia Winfield.
Good evening. My name is Felicia Winfield. I am a resident of West Southern Pines. And speaking on behalf of the residents.
Can you give us your address,
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry. 1760 West New York Avenue.
Thank you.
I want to qualify myself as a expert in that I am a resident of the community for over 40 years. And that would be entirely of West Southern Pines. Let me first start off by saying it is the consensus of the group of those that live on Hale Street and in the West Southern Pines community that they do not oppose development. We encourage it. But with this particular project that has been presented before us, it is this particular type of project that the residents and the consensus is unanimous that they are opposed to. With given the criteria for the conditional use permit, I would only like to point out just 2 of the criteria. With criteria B, the proposed conditional use shall conform to the character of the neighborhood in which it is located and not injure the use and enjoyment of property in the immediate vicinity for purposes already permitted. I would stand to argue that this particular project what does not conform to the character of the neighborhood based on the proposed structure of townhomes and/or condos. Understanding that the developer is maximizing the land use here by putting as many of those units as possible, I believe it does more damage than more good to the overall neighborhood for the project. In regard to the enjoyment of property, again, the traffic use alone will deter that. With what was previously already said, the traffic use going in and out of this development would greatly impede the community as a whole. Again, this is an established community that has already ranched out homes. These are people that have been retired or are working on a limited budget. So their lifestyle here is quiet. There is nothing other than just a retirement type style living in this community. With this proposed project, that would be drastically changed. With the increased traffic, not only from coming from US 1, but even coming from the other areas in the community, coming from Longleaf community, coming off Mechanic, whereas once that area doesn't see a lot of traffic, it would increase. Regarding criteria D, the proposed use shall not impede the orderly development and improvement of surrounding property for uses permitted within the zoning district or substantially diminish or impair the property values within the neighborhood. I'll take the last section of that first. To impair the property values with this proposed development, given the proposed appraised value of the property, that will definitely increase, if not by 10, 20% of the residents that currently live there now. With the second point, the zoning district is OS. I would argue that with this proposed development, it only serves 2 office buildings, though the rest would be residential. I would argue that the proposed would have to be decreased with more office space and less residential to even come close to what the residents in the community would even accept. The proposed use impedes the orderly development, improvement of surrounding property. It's the density is the main issue here. It's the density. The roads in that neighborhood are narrow, which would also increase, with the increased traffic, that would also include additional wear and tear in that neighborhood on the road, which means eventually those roads would have to be repaired. Up until now, those roads have been fine. With the density given on this project, I do not see where this would concur with the criteria that needs to be met for this project and what the town is looking for from this developer. Understanding that, again, with the UDO, the Southern Pines UDO Chapter 3 zoning amendment, which was done in January of this year. I will take section 5.3F, multifamily structures and townhomes. When used in connection with multifamily residential structures, the designation is ZC, which means that development of apartments with fewer than 10 dwelling units may be established pursuant to a zoning permit, and development of 10 or more dwelling units require approval of the conditional use. I will argue that this proposed development would need to be redone to decrease the units that is proposed. 32, 33 units, with given the traffic increase, given the density of the property, given that these roads are very narrow, this particular project would not fit the neighborhood. Given the UDO as to the position of this particular parcel of land, yes, it is in the West Southern Pines overlay, but it also hits the HCO, which is the Highway Corridor overlay. I feel like that the West Southern Pines overlay was totally ignored in the development in the proposed. That this was more of a consensus to go with the requirements for the Highway Corridor versus the West Southern Pines Corridor. It is my understanding that the developer did not do his due diligence in presenting this in an informal or formal meeting with the neighborhood. So therefore, when this came to light, there is going to be opposition. There's going to be continued opposition regarding this particular project because of where it is located. Being uniquely situated, it does hit both the highway corridor and the West Southern Pines corridor. The premise would be to give consideration to the West Southern Pines corridor. But other than what has been previously stated with the criteria that the developer has to meet, on two of those points, I feel like they haven't. I would request, as well as what has been said, that a continuance be granted regarding this for the new group to look and review this particular proposal. I would also ask that the developer would submit an architectural rendering of what the townhomes would look like. I would also request that an environmental study would be done to make sure that there is no endangerment of any wildlife, such as our woodpeckers. In conclusion, the proposed development, I feel, does meet two, but not all of the criteria. I would request that a continuance be granted so that the newly formed group that the town has so graciously formed have an opportunity to look and come back with recommendations as to whether or not this proposed development would be suitable for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Winfield. Ms. DeGar? I'm sure I screwed up your name, I apologize.
Good evening. Oh, that's loud. My name is Ariadne DeGar. You need my address, is that correct?
Yes, I do.
My address is 23 Holly Pines Lane, Pinehurst. I am here not as an expert by degree. I hold a good number of degrees, which I'm still paying for, and none of them make me an expert on this particular subject matter. I am here as an expert, having spent a fair part of my life in West Southern Pines. I would like to speak for the people, many of whom are my family members, who may not necessarily live on Hale, but who live further in the neighborhood. My family, I think previously I had said went, is it 5 generations deep? It is 6 generations deep in West Southern Pines. My Aunt Lila, who lived and died on Gaines Street at the age of 99 and a half during the pandemic, was a great-great-grandmother. My grandfather, who also passed during the pandemic and lived till 98 and a half, was a great-grandfather. It was kind of a race between our two sides of the family, but our side tends to wait later to have children, and therefore we lost. My son, Christmas, is in the back. He is holding on by a very thin thread, being that our day starts at 5 a.m., and so I commend him for that. But the reason that I am here, and I hope that you will accept me as an expert, is because my grandfather grew up on Wisconsin with his 7 brothers and sisters. My grandmother grew up on West Michigan in a house that her father built. He was a deacon in West Southern Pines, the Dumas family. My mother was raised in that house, and I consider myself half raised in that house. If I wasn't in school, I was here. Is that acceptable? Okay, thank you.
Continue.
So I would like to address UDO 2.21.7, B, Section B. The proposed conditional use shall conform to the character of the neighborhood in which it is located and not injure the use and enjoyment of property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. I know that there was some talk regarding the definition of Section D with substantially diminishing or impairing property values. While the word diminish, I'm sure we can all agree, means to lower or to lessen, impair is more subjective, if you ask me. Something can be impaired without being lessened. It's just negatively altered. To that effect, in Section B, the proposed conditional use does not conform to the character of the neighborhood, which I do feel I'm an expert on. The character of the neighborhood historically has been self-made individuals who have struggled, who have pinched pennies, who have made it work, and kept their families going, lifted themselves up by their bootstraps when opportunities were not necessarily afforded. Could you please put up the picture of the proposed development? Thank you. If this development were to go in with this number of townhomes, the character of the neighborhood would be forever changed in a negative way. Aside from the fact that there are so many of them in such a small area, aside from that fact, and they've already addressed the traffic on Hale, this neighborhood was so used to taking care of its own, I can tell you for a fact, when I go to Nora's house, I have to come in from the backside, and as I sit there, we've sat outside and talked before, when you park on that side of Hale Street, if someone else comes by, they are narrowly passing your car on the outside, narrowly, very narrowly. I've gone through there when cars were parked on the curbside. I do not know if these townhomes have garages on them. It doesn't necessarily look like they do, but regardless of whether they do or not, that's 2 spots per home. I currently own a townhome that's allotted 2 spots. And when I tell you everyone's parking on the grass, people are parking over here, over there, 3 bedrooms often means more than 2 drivers. And if it doesn't start out that way when people have children, I'm sure many of you can attest to the fact that it will end up that way. So where are they parking? And if they start parking on that street, what's going to happen? Having grown up, outside when I was here in New York, my husband's from the South Bronx. My mother never got out of her car over there because she was afraid that if she parked, her side mirror would get taken off because his block was so narrow. So I know about narrow streets. I know that downtown Southern Pines has a lot of narrow streets, but I know that that's also part of the character of the neighborhood. And I ask that you not do something in West Southern Pines that you won't do in East Southern Pines. So if you're not going to walk in the street by the Baptist church, where on Sundays people are parked on both sides, and I've driven up the street, you can try, you gotta move slowly. But you're not gonna take anything away from either side of that street because it impedes the character of downtown Southern Pines. So I ask that you please also respect the character of West Southern Pines. Additionally, with cars coming through on Hale, again, talking about how the community takes care of itself, I believe anyone who lives in West Southern Pines that's here would attest to the fact that they are their own community watch. So there was a night when I was picking up something that Nora had left for me in the mailbox. Sometimes I keep late hours. I came through there roughly 11 o'clock after a meeting, just long enough to go in the mailbox and get it. But then I'm either faced with turning around and going back this way or coming out and going around. So that's what I did. But having done that, I had to circle the block to get back out to Pennsylvania to get on 1. And I guarantee you anyone living here will tell you that anyone that was on their porch or getting out of their car looked at me more than twice. Because they saw that car go in, and they immediately saw that car go back out. There are a lot of older people there. There are a lot of well-established families. And I feel like the amount of agita that this is going to cause this neighborhood is not worth whatever financial benefit that you think there would be. And lastly, at least I think it's lastly, I'm going to try. Lastly, Section E, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use shall not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare, and the public interest and welfare supporting the proposed use shall be sufficient to outweigh individual interests. I'm sure a lot of people will say that the people living on Hale Street are individual interests. I disagree. They are people, they are neighbors, they are a community. They are not just individual interests, so their interests should be everybody's interests. Furthermore, if you put that huge development right there, not only are you endangering the welfare of those children that they spoke about, and of the elderly, and of the disabled, you are also endangering the safety and comfort and general welfare of the rest of West Southern Pines that sits directly behind it. That property is at the doorsteps of West Southern Pines. If you do this, it is inevitable, regardless of what people say they think or feel or could possibly happen. Property values will go up. And while you may think, oh, well, that's beneficial to them, their property values go up. Well, now their property taxes have gone up. And now you have people that are headhunters, so to speak, that are now offering them money that they never thought they could get for their property that's been in their family for 4 generations. And some people are going to take it because they need that money and they can no longer afford the things that they need to pay for. And those people that paid that money to that homeowner that's, oh, this is amazing, this is a miracle. Well, to those people, it's a drop in the hat. And what they're then going to do with that property is turn around and put some more cookie cutter houses that look just like this. They're going to sell for $400,000. And then that's going to continue all the way into West Southern Pines and push all of those hardworking families that have worked so hard to maintain that property and that presence for so long. It's going to push them out. It's going to unfairly displace them, those people that built that side of town. So they were already pushed out of other places. That's how they ended up there. That's how you end up with the West Southern Pines and the Taylor Towns. So now you're going to push them out of the only place they've called home. My family is still present there. And while I do not live there right now, it's always been in my heart that I'll be back. When I was pregnant with my son, we had our baby shower right where you're sitting. My grandfather shared a birthday with my son. We had their birthday party right where you're sitting. I brought my grandfather here to bingo on the first Monday of every month. He played bid with his very loud friends every single Tuesday in this building. I left work, came and brought him his pills. I brought him his great-grandson so he could brag. In this building. We have had the NAACP banquet in this building, all of which is West Southern Pines. West Southern Pines offers so much to the greater community of Southern Pines. And I feel that it's the duty of this council to offer the same in return and take care of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Oldsby. Oh, okay. Well, your name is here. Dot Brower. For those of you who are counting, that we've got 4 more.
Good evening. I'm Dorothy Brower, 102 Eastman Road, Southern Pines. It's no secret that Southern Pines is landlocked. You can't annex much of anything else. West Southern Pines stands between downtown Southern Pines and Pinehurst. If some people had their preferences, West Southern Pines would not exist. There's a campaign to rape our community. There's a campaign to buy out our community and to deny us of our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our people built houses. They built some other houses on the other side of town, maintained their houses and maintained the houses in East Southern Pines, took care of the families over there, nurtured the children, protected the wives, and still had a great life in West Southern Pines. We're proud of this area, and we're going to keep it. One thing that is certain, and this is a fact, West Southern Pines is being used as a thoroughfare, a cut-through. We petitioned the town several years ago to put speed humps through Longleaf, and we keep saying Longleaf, but those of you who don't know what Longleaf is, that's the public housing community off Morganton Road. It's Longleaf. We petitioned the town to put speed humps there because there was so much traffic going through, endangering the elderly and the children. We had to get signatures on a petition to do so, to convince the town that it was needed. There are more streets in West Southern Pines that need the same. Hale will need those same speed humps if there's more development there. We have asked unofficially that every street in West Southern Pines speed limit be lowered to 25 miles per hour on every street because we are being abused and disrespected because we are a thoroughfare. And it has become a boulevard on almost every street. You've heard about the narrow streets that we have. You've heard about the fact that we are a community and we are not just a piece of property. There are people who are here now by the grace of God, and they will continue to be here, despite the fact that, as I said, we are between Pinehurst and Southern Pines, and we have land that's very precious. But it's not worth what people are offering, but I'm afraid that some is being taken, as was spoken before, by people who don't have our interests at heart. The character of this community is exactly what has been spoken. I don't have to repeat this, but just by the sheer name of Village Walk, West Southern Pines is not a village. We don't refer to anything over here as a village. That development probably will be called a village, but that's more attractive to a buyer to say you can buy in Village Walk or you can buy at Hale Place, which is really what it is. So take into consideration all that has been said about the increased traffic. The service road was purposely cut a few years ago. We have so many dead-end streets in our community, it's a shame. And it does impede not just the flow of traffic, but it also impedes emergency vehicles in coming through. We have seen it along the cemetery, street cut, dead end. As was said, dead end streets, Hale, both ends. Michigan, by the swimming pool. So how much more do we have to endure before the attention is called to the fact that we are West Southern Pines? We are a community, we are a neighborhood, we're not a village.
Mary Roca.
Good evening, Mayor, good evening, Council. I'll be brief. I just have 2 points. My name is Mary Roca. I reside at 782 West Pennsylvania Avenue. I am a fourth generation a resident of West Southern Pines. I just have 2 points. First, I would respectfully request that the council consider delaying voting, making a decision on this application tonight, for the purpose of the newly formed Community Connectors Group to thoroughly review the plans. And part of the task of the Community Connectors Group is to consider the economic development and revitalization of West Southern Pines. And so we would request, I'm requesting on behalf of the group, that we have a chance to thoroughly review the plan to see how or if it fits in with the overall vision of the revitalization of the West Side. My second point is to ask the council to consider the optics of going ahead with making a decision this evening and how that may be seen as railroading over the voices of the residents that will be directly affected by the development, and give the newly formed group the opportunity to listen to the voices of residents of the West Side and perhaps come together with some recommendations or at least comments on the proposed development, so as not to send a signal that the council is willing to open the door for potential gentrification of the West Side. That's all.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Carolyn, starts with a P, maybe? I can't even read the street.
No idea. Indiana Avenue.
Oh, is that Indiana Avenue?
so.
Okay. Carolyn with a P? Penland. Penland. It could be. Is she gone? Okay. Okay. Is that Mr. Rich? I couldn't, okay, it's okay. Okay, so we have completed the list. Let me put that over there. Well, we have a whole lot to consider.
Does the council
Yes.
have any rebuttal?
Yes, you did. I know Mr. Robinson reserved the end to speak. Oh, Oliver? You didn't sign up, did you? You have to be sworn in if you want to speak. Do you want to get sworn in? If we go to Beth. And. Okay, place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand and respond to the following. State your name. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to this board and this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Go ahead, Mr. Hines.
Thank you. My name is Oliver Hines. I live at 635 West Michigan Avenue, which is in that curve coming off of Hill Street into Michigan. I just want to put out some things that, just some points as to my opposing the situation. First of all, it will be traffic. I think we're pretty good right now, but there's still traffic in that area. And any more traffic, yes, it would be very disturbing in the area that, where we live down there. And I know one of the things about comfort, we're pretty close to the housing area as well. That's one good reason it wouldn't be good for traffic, because the housing authority is just a block away. and there's nothing but kids. And right now, there is a traffic problem in our community coming from Pennsylvania Avenue going to Morganton Road. And I know there's a lot of talk about opening streets from Pennsylvania to Morganton. And that's going to be detrimental as well, because there's a lot of kids in this area. Very few sidewalks. So it's definitely not good along in those areas. And I want to just bring up a little bit about the property. Now, it's been said over and over again about the property value, property value. Everyone down there is either retired on a fixed income. I'm down there. I'm coming home shortly. I'm not looking for my taxes to increase, I promise you. I'm not looking for that. And anybody that looks for their tax to increase has got to be crazy. There is absolutely no, we're paying enough. And I mean, and there's a lot of people in Southern Pines right now, and there's nothing wrong with growth. It depends on where the growth is. But to bring growth within that area, the amount of people that this thing is talking about bringing in, versus plus the housing area there, plus the other residences myself, that's a lot of people in a small area. You got that many people in a small area, you got problems. I said the last time we met that the bulk of the problems we have in our community is people from the outside. And that's exactly what the invitation is here, people from the outside. Which you're saying to us, okay, we're gonna bring you, you're gonna bring us problems? We're gonna reject you every time, it's not gonna happen. We have worked all I'm almost 70 years old. And I worked all my life. Nobody's gave me, I've never been on a social program. And to have the attitude that okay, well, we're gonna take this, you're not taking nothing. It's time to stop this. We're bursting at the seams right now with people in Southern Pines. I mean, it's so crazy right now. We drive down the street, we just rather have a horse and a wagon. You can't even turn your steering wheel loose on your car. You run out the road. So much traffic here. There's nothing wrong with change, but God knows at some point we have to stop. And you have to stop cramming people in places. Just plug it in. It's not good. And every time you turn around, you say, well, you need more police officers. Keep on. You're going to need more than police officers. It's not good for us. And I mean, if you grew up and you know what I'm talking about, we're terrible. We're not good. And no doubt, I don't know how many people's coming in there, but they're not going to be in Southern Pines. It's really, it's not a good thing. Honestly, it's not a good thing, Council. It's not a good thing for us. I'd rather see 9,000 trees in that area than 10 people. And mainly, even when you take a look at it, yes, those trees just buffer the sound of the traffic. I like that. But if you put more houses down there, if you put all this thing down there, you got nothing but traffic. You got nothing but noise. There's nothing to buffer nothing. But the trees take care of that. And we've cut enough doggone trees. We're gonna have to change the name. It's not gonna be Southern Pine. We're gonna have to change the name. All the trees is gone. Gee.
Used to be sunshine.
Council, I ask you, if you all would please really think about this. If we're gonna start growing, let's grow on the outskirts. It's time to go on the outskirts a little bit now. And that's why when I read the thing, he said, okay, we'll talk about the comfortness. There is no comfort. Where is the comfort?
Always fight.
Every time you walk out the door, there's a change. Pretty soon the sun is not going to come in. We can't do this. We cannot do it. It's not good. And if that's what it's going to be, we got to take care of this as a people. I'm not talking race here. I'm talking about as a people.
People.
We have to take care of this. Thank you.
We have someone else who would like to speak, but you have to be sworn in. Okay, if you'll come around, please. Please put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right, and respond to the following. State your name. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give to this board and this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thanks, Kim.
My name is Kim Collins Cotty. I reside in East Southern Pines at 560 South Valley Road. I felt, after hearing all this, and I actually came for the other issue that's going on in this very congested town we suddenly find ourselves in, which is the Target / 600 more apartments, whatever. But after listening to this, I feel compelled to speak. My grandfather sat where you sit tonight, Carol. His name was Harold Collins, and he was the mayor of Southern Pines. When my father grew up here, he rode his horse from out on Young's Road up to the Sunrise Theater and went in to watch the movie. It was a completely different place, but it was a place that I was baptized in. My family has been born and raised and died and buried here. I go to church with a member of this council. I've worked with Nora in this community, and you need to hear from someone who looks like me. Who has listened to a sea of people who are trying to protect their community, and you're not giving them a chance unless you table this and let them come up with a reasonable accommodation of something. I feel personally that the traffic all over is astounding. I can't even pull out of South Valley Road without taking really 2, 3 turns of my head, and I can see very well. But I can tell you there are a lot of people that when they pull out of their driveway, they don't see quite as well as I do. And you're talking about putting a bunch of traffic right in their front yard. And the point E was the one that just came to my mind, is that you're endangering the people that have come up here and spoken. I'm not, obviously I came for another reason, and I'm late to that party, it sounds like, but I will have, if anybody will let me say something about the other
We're gonna stick,
developments.
we're gonna stick with this for now.
We'll stay with this one. and I
Yeah,
understand that.
this is the first thing we've really kind of done. You got plenty of time to.
Good, good.
Yeah, you're not late to anything.
Great, I'm glad. because
Maybe
I
dinner,
always
but
feel like
it's.
that train has left the station. And
No,
I'm ready to pull that train back into Southern Pines before it takes off. Thank you on behalf of my family and the generations of my family that have lived here, and Lord willing, will continue.
Thanks, Kim. Mr. Robinson, did you want to? And then the council will make some decisions.
Appreciate it. Very mindful of the compelling commentary from the folks that have spoken tonight, and accept it as truthful and real. And what I want to comment on is not on that so much, but on some of the other aspects, the technical aspects of this. And the first thing is I want to comment on is the question of taxes. Because as you know, your ordinance says that we have to show that we won't diminish or impair, substantially diminish or impair the value of adjoining properties, which the expert testimony type clearly shows. And if it doesn't say anywhere that you can't have townhomes in this area if they might possibly raise somebody's property value. That's not a standard upon which you can make your decision. And if you step back from it for a minute, you say to yourself, well, what can somebody put there if they're not allowed to diminish the value and they're not allowed to raise the value? They have to find a use that is exactly the same value, which is, of course, contrary to what the zoning district allows for. The second thing I would say is that all of the commentary about traffic, and I've been practicing land use law for 25 years. The law is that traffic engineers can comment on the safety of the matter and on the amount of traffic that it will generate, and that lay opinion testimony about traffic is not evidence upon which you should base your decision. And the last thing I want to say is there was some confusion, I think, about what's allowed within an OS district. I'll just read to you from your ordinance about what the OS district is all about, 3.5.11. The purpose of the OS district, it says, is designed to accommodate office and service uses as well as medium-density residential uses. That's what this is. This is office and medium-density residential uses as defined by your Uniform Development Ordinance. And it goes on to say that in the OS district, you should encourage a mixture of medium-density residential uses with offices and services. There's absolutely no doubt from any standpoint that what is proposed here is allowed. And the only requirement is that we go through this conditional use permit and you make a determination about whether or not we've met the criterion for it. I'll speak briefly on the criterion. I think with regard to criteria A, the proposed conditional use shall comply with all the regulations applicable in the zoning district and the applicable supplemental use regulations. The evidence is clear from your planning staff that it does. So that's met. The second one, the proposed conditional use shall conform to the character of the neighborhood in which it's located and not injure the use and enjoyment of property in the immediate vicinity for the purposes already permitted. What I'd say about that is that it seems to be that the commentary is that this is not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood because it's townhomes and it's not homes that are exactly like the ones that are already there. But you have to keep in mind that this area is zoned not for single-family residential, but for OS, for uses exactly of this type. So if you're saying that you can't put townhomes here, then there's a big issue with your having zoned it to allow those uses. The second element I would say is that I don't think anybody disputed that there's adequate public facilities, and certainly our evidence supported that. And then subpoint D is the issue about substantially diminishing or impairing values. I think we have expert testimony to show that it won't. E, the establishment, maintenance, or operation of the proposed use shall not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, comfort, or general welfare. I think the only issues that were raised by folks in their lay opinion testimony on endangerment has to do with traffic, and we know that Mr. Fluitt was specifically asked about whether this amount of traffic in this specific location would have any detrimental or endangering effect, and his expert testimony was no. And then the last point is that the public interest and welfare supporting the proposed use shall be sufficient to outweigh the individual interests that are adversely affected by the establishment of the proposed use. And what I would say for that you need to look to is your comprehensive long-range plan and your zoning ordinances and your zoning map, which tells you, encourages you, directs you to have a certain kind of growth in a certain area. And this certain area is the area that's in between the highway and the residential homes on in West Southern Pines. And so unless you're going to put single-family development there, which probably will never sell, you've got to put something that's transitional and in compliance with the zoning that is allowed. So I would, and the last thing, I think I'm correct on this, that the ordinance doesn't allow for a continuance on this matter, to my knowledge. I believe the ordinance states that the council should make a decision within 30 days of the planning board recommendation. I could be wrong on that, though, but I don't know of any reason for a continuance. All of the information and evidence is in the record at this point. We would request that you take up the matter this evening. Unless there's any questions, I'll sit down.
I'm going to defer to our legal counsel on what he just said. Mr. Gill?
Thank you.
I believe you may continue it without having any ill effects.
Thank you. As a quasi-judicial, I have the privilege and honor of being the judge, which is a huge responsibility which I take very, very seriously. When I have the mission statement for this council, I said that everything we do is for all the citizens of Southern Pines. We heard you. I can speak for my council. We have listened to you. I think I can speak for the others, but I think we should leave this hearing open and continue CU-02-21. Council members.
Attorney Gill, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe a continuance would have to set a specific date and time for said continuance as part of any motion.
Well, I'm looking for, that was just my statement, I'm looking for a motion.
Oh, I thought that was your motion.
I don't make motions, you guys make
You can.
motions. I can, I used to sit there and I made motions, it's up to you guys. That was
We
my,
need to close the public hearing first.
no, we don't close it.
Public hearing,
We
okay.
can't, we're not closing this
Okay, oh,
hearing.
yeah.
We are leaving this hearing open.
Okay.
And I also, and again, I'm going to defer to Doug if I trip over any explanation here or such, but also please remember that this is an evidentiary hearing and quasi-judicial in nature. I know there's been discussion of connectors and other groups meeting and making recommendations to the council, but please keep in mind your rules and regulations around those types of communications
That is-
relative to these types of hearings.
That is not the reason for the continuance.
I wasn't suggesting it was,
I know.
but I did
I
want to
know.
just remind everyone of that.
No, it was, that's not the reason. I mean, I will take that into consideration, but that is not the reason for the continuance that I'm requesting. So I'm looking at my council members for their thoughts.
When are we going to, is it the next scheduled meeting?
The next scheduled meeting is what I,
Regular board meeting or next meeting?
Your next regular board meeting, by definition, would be your work session on the fourth Monday of this month. Forgive me, I don't have that date offhand. Thank you.
What is it?
Or September 27th.
September 27th.
At 3 p.m. at
3 p.m., yeah, at
typically at the Haney Room, unless
the C. Michael Haney Community Room.
And in light with the quasi-judicial I mean, we can't, outside of a public forum, even, we can't talk about it
No.
to each other, to anybody.
No.
I mean, we could, I guess, look at what was in my note or said, but we can't even talk about it, just to be clear.
True.
Okay.
Yes. So, pleasure of this group.
I don't know if it's appropriate, before you make that motion, is it possible that this meeting can be held at a time where people that work can be there at 3 o'clock? A lot of people that want to be at that meeting will not be able to be there.
The meeting.
Then we'll just have to delay it because that's our normal meetings. Been that way for a long time.
All right.
Sonia?
I move to continue the hearing on
See you.
CU 0221 until the next regular scheduled meeting on 27 September 21 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the Haney Room.
A second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye. We will now take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes.
Told you it'd be midnight. Oh, it's gonna, we're gonna rip the Band-Aid either way. I mean, it's not changing.
Deborah in the bathroom. Yeah.
I don't have any idea.
Second Tuesday, I don't know.
Oh, God, where in the world are we? Okay. We're on this one.
Carol, what I think he's gonna do is request a continuance to another neighborhood based on that.
It should. He's going to have to. I think so too. If
It's fair for what you do. I feel sorry for everybody.
That's what I. Yes, ma'am. Take good care of you. Bye. Good to see you. Be careful going out there, Rose.
Yeah, that's
Okay, legislative. Okay, I see Mr. Kuntz is, oh, and my mic's back on. Okay. Huh? They were muted. That's probably not a bad thing. And I do have a loud mom voice, so like I said, ladies' rooms do not go into. It's precarious at best. And that is an understatement.
And the men's room is very, very clean.
So like I said, make friends with a man or have a lady stand out front. Done that before too. Okay, back to the business at hand. The next thing is the legislative hearing PD 06-21. I need a motion to open the legislative hearing.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Pleasure of council.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, this is a CDP for 740 Northwest Broad Street, rezoning for additional units. Do we have a staff report? I believe that's Susie Planner, too.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon again. So, BJ,
Let's let the applicant speak first, if that's all right.
can you
Sure.
bring up the file?
We'll back it up. All right, Mr. Applicant, state your name.
Bob Combs with Combs Jones Design in Southern Pines. I'm here this evening representing the applicant, Riley Walker. And we've heard some additional information this evening and taken into account some of the other things that are going on. And we'd like to ask for a continuance to the November meeting, the November 9th meeting, to hear this at that time. And during that time and during that period, have another neighborhood meeting and talk to the residents in additional, again, so.
Okay.
So the purpose is to talk to the residents.
Another,
Coordinate some,
correct.
Okay, so we'll just.
identify concerns and see if you can come to an amicable resolution.
Leave the hearing
Okay.
open until you said November the 9th?
November the 9th. I believe that's the second Tuesday of November, which would be the next,
Okay.
really with advertising and things and getting meetings taken care of. By the time we do all those things, it would be very difficult to get back in time for October.
So, I guess we need to make a motion to do such.
I don't have a problem with it.
Does anyone have a
I
problem
mean,
with
I
that?
apologize to anybody that came to sit, that sat through the last 3 hours.
Because a lot of people wanted to speak, but if they're going to continue, I would suggest the people who want to speak just wait to see what happens on the 9th, and when you have the town meetings or neighborhood meetings, then you can express your concerns or whatever you were going to say tonight, you can say it then.
Is there a way for them to have, or I don't know if we can do this, but I guess the neighborhood meeting only notices the certain proximity, but clearly these folks have genuine interest in it to speak. Is there a way for them to be included in those meetings?
If we have the list and the addresses, I'd be happy
I
to invite anybody on that list to the neighborhood
Okay.
meeting.
I guess, can we make a copy of this? Okay, if you can pass that down to them, and we'll get that to you. And then
You can email it to me.
well,
If you can email it, scan it.
they'll email it to you so that you can, they can be included in the discussion. Okay, so,
I think that has to be.
Mr. Motion Maker?
Let me ask a question real quick. Since we're doing this, can I make one motion that covers the legislative
C and
hearing
D.
and the
Yeah,
evidence.
I would have that question of Doug. Obviously, we opened this hearing. The next hearing only becomes pertinent if in fact the rezoning is granted. Is it, what do we do with that evidentiary hearing at this stage? Just re-advertise it for November? Yes. We don't want to open it and then continue it because it's not applicable unless the rezoning takes place. So it's just going to be a rescheduling of it in general.
Because if we didn't do C, then we're not going to do D. And we have people signed up for D. But it's the same people. I'll give that to you just so you can. So, we are now on,
Okay, I move to continue PD 06-21 until the next regularly scheduled, till the 9 November 21 business meeting.
Budget Council.
Aye.
Aye. You want to do the PD?
So as a result of that, that
Then that will
simply
just sort of
fall off,
layer
and it'll
down.
have to be re-advertised in November, should they choose to continue with a parallel process.
Okay. All right, so now we're at E, PD 08-21. It's the Morganton Park South. Need a motion to open this public hearing?
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Aye.
Aye. We have a staff report. That's BJ.
Came up a little faster than I expected.
We go slow then fast. Slow, slow, fast.
If I speak very loudly, is it okay if I'm back here so I can pull up visual aids as needed? Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, aren't we live streaming too? Is it working? Oh, so the answer to that is no.
Problem solved.
Man knows how to fix problems, you notice that? If he was just tall. it'd
Am I
be-
registering now? Thank you. My name is BJ Grieve. I'm the planning director with the Town of Southern Pines Planning Department. We are here to review a conceptual development plan for a planned development project. First thing I'm going to do is talk about who I am and the role that I have in this proceeding. I'm then going to follow that up with talking about what a planned development is, what the 3 steps are for a planned development, and then I'm going to dig into the Morganton Park South Conceptual Development Plan. This presentation or this discussion is going to be a little bit longer than normal, to everyone's chagrin, I'm sure. But the reason for that is because there's an awful lot of ground to cover. So let me start off by pulling this up. Here we go. I am here as part of the planning staff because we provide administrative services to the town council and prior to the town council to the planning board. This application went to the planning board for review and a recommendation, and that recommendation was for approval. So then it moves on to town council, and staff is here. Again, we've written a staff report in advance. We make a presentation and it's followed by a presentation by the applicant. And the purpose is to help inform the town council and the public about the applicable rules and regulations. So I want to start off by talking about planned developments, what they are. They are a unique zoning creature. We typically have what's referred to as the Town of Southern Pines Unified Development Ordinance. The Unified Development Ordinance is a good 300 and something page document that is the zoning. So when people think, what's my zoning, you would go to that document. You'd use the map. That's a zoning map in front of you. It's a static zoning map that just shows the property we're about to talk about. But we have a website that has all the zoning maps, and then you can if you find out you're zoned a certain zone, you can look at what your permitted uses are, your conditional uses or your special uses. You can look at what your design requirements are, how you have to landscape something, how your lighting, how your parking, how your access, how, you name it, right? All that stuff has to be. Well, what if a developer comes in and a developer wants to do something that is a little bit contrary to that because it wants to be a little bit different, a little bit unique? Well, there is a tool they can use within the UDO called a plan development. A plan development is a 3-step process. The first step is to create the new zoning regulations that will apply to the property that's being plan developed. An example of that would be you'd come in and say, hey, I want to do a plan development zoning on a certain amount of acreage, and unlike the zoning that's there now, we want to rezone to plan development because, for example, we want our buildings to be higher, or we want our parking to be less, or we want any number of design things can be thrown in there that are unique. So the first step is to apply for a plan development. It's a rezoning to create a conceptual development plan. That conceptual development plan, when all is said and done, is a document that goes on the shelf. It's dipped in bronze, it's laminated, whatever it is, and you put it on the shelf, and forevermore in the future, when someone wants to know what's the zoning for that property, they go to that document, and they pull it down, and they say, oh, you're part of the such and such conceptual development plan, so this is your zoning. Excuse me, such and such plan development, so this is your zoning. The second step is, in a plan development, is if you have multiple phases, you would come in for the phase 1, and the next step is called the PDP, the preliminary development plan. That's where you show, the developer shows the town, hey, remember the standards that we created in the CDP? The PDP is now how we demonstrate we meet those standards for phase 1. And then later on, you would do the PDP for phase 2. And the PDP for phase 3, and you would go on down the list. Therefore, the CDP and what's adopted should contain standards that are appropriate, not just for phase 1, but all the way through to phases, however many phases there are. All right, I have to provide that background because it's very important to this particular project. So this particular project is called the Morganton Park South Conceptual Development Plan. I'm going to yell loud enough that the mic back here is going to pick you up, but I have to come over here. So just to get you oriented with what we're talking about, it's a pretty unique piece of property because you don't notice it's there unless you know it's there. It's surrounded, you drive around it all the time. West Morganton Road is on the north side. The intersection with Henley Street is right here. This right here, you can't see it on here, but this is the Lowe's grocery store. And this is the soccer field, the Town of Southern Pines soccer field. This is the Kohl's development right here. So it's behind Kohl's, it's behind the Lowe's grocery store. This is the #1 landmark that everybody knows this project by. This is Chick-fil-A. And next to Chick-fil-A, and it is right behind Chick-fil-A. So you can see there's a lot of circulation. Brucewood right here, West Morganton right here, 15501. A lot of circulation around this, and this consists of a number of parcels that together make up about 100 acres. Very conveniently, it's like 99.85 acres right now. So it's 100 acres, and this is an application to rezone it to create a CDP for the future development of 9 phases of commercial development. The request is for a CDP to allow up to 700,000 square feet over 9 phases of commercial and office development, and also 650 dwellings. So there is a land use plan as part of the application. Oh my, look at that. That property you saw outlined roughly fits right here, and from a distance, it's a little bit harder to see. But what you see, the color coding reflects the different uses that are going to be allowed in these particular areas of the project. You have retail office up here on the north, then you have the extension of Old Morganton Road that comes in right here. Then right here you have mixed use, which includes residential and commercial. Then down here you have multifamily residential. And down here you have retail exclusively. Down here you have an extension of Southern Road. If anybody's ever been down there to the end of Southern Road, it's kind of weird. It's got full municipal cross-section with the sidewalks, and it just ends at the forest. It would continue on through there. So the plan, as I said, the CDP is to create the zoning to allow all this to happen. Now, We have been working with the applicants for quite some time. Our initial meeting for this particular project goes back to February 5th of 2018. Since 2018, we've had quite a few meetings, quite a few discussions. We've worked through a whole lot of issues. The staff report contains a summary of all those issues. The staff report contains a description of that which we have discussed, worked on, and resolved, and is currently in the CDP that is attached to the staff report. And then the date this CDP was submitted was July 12th, and when it was submitted, we then worked through a number of issues that when we were reviewing the application, staff said, look, this is not going to work. Hey, look, this is going to work. And I would like to say right now, the applicants have been very receptive to staff's feedback. So what I'm going to go over are those issues. I'm going to divide all my list of issues into two categories. The first list of issues is things that are resolved and they are in the CDP that is attached to the staff report. I'm just letting you know that we got them resolved. The next list of issues is going to be the things that are not in the CDP, but we have since worked out with the applicant. And the reason they're not in the CDP is because once we received a copy, we've had experience in the past where we kept shooting revised copies back and forth and back and forth. And actually it got confusing because you didn't know which version of the CDP you were looking at. So instead, what we're doing is we're saying, okay, the version that's submitted, that's the version. Now everything from there, we have this list of things, and if the town council, after holding a public hearing and holding their discussion, feels it's appropriate, you could add conditions to deal with a list. And I've got a list accumulated, and it's in the staff report. There's 8 things in the staff report, and I've got a handful of conditions to hand out that I have even written up into a handout for you. So that'll be coming in a moment here, okay? So we have a total of 11 conditions that will deal with all the issues. 8 of those are in the staff report already. They're in the draft motion at the back of the staff report. And 9, 10, 11 are in a handout I'm going to give you. So far, so good?
We're still with you.
Bill, I don't know.
Could you talk faster? Because I'm just kidding.
Yeah. All right. So some of the issues that we discussed that have been resolved in the CDP include such things as annexation of the subject parcels. Only about half of the subject property is currently annexed into municipal limits. It is in the CDP that the subject property will need to be annexed, and there is a trigger mechanism for when that needs to occur. We have resolved the list of land use issues. Those are in the list in Exhibit 7 of the packet. So the total list of land uses that are allowed in all these various sections is in there, ready to go. When the application came in, there was nothing that addressed the construction of Southern Road and Old Morganton Road. Our concern was, hey, Phase 3 comes in, we don't want to build that quite yet. Phase 4 comes in, we really don't want to build it quite yet. Phase 5 comes in, we don't want to build it quite yet. I said, no, we're not doing that. So in CDP, Section 10 of the CDP, it is clear that the construction of the roads has a finite timeline by which it has to be done. When the application came in, there was a provision in there to allow for parking between the front of a large retail building and the road. And our UDO actually does not like that. Our UDO has 2 different provisions that are applicable to this project and a total of 3 that could be applicable elsewhere that try to get parking wrapped around to the side or behind a building rather than having an ocean of parking between a big box facade and the street. This project came in wanting parking between the big box facade and the street. So we said, okay, well, let's balance that by making sure that the passersby, motorists, pedestrian, bicyclists, everybody using that corridor, the road that bisects the middle of that property, the effect of that big area of parking is going to be softened, number 1, by the town's landscaping code that is applicable. Number 2, by the street tree requirements that are applicable otherwise. And number 3, we discussed and we worked on what we're referring to as a linear park. Now, the linear park is a key design feature of Morgan Park South and the CDP, and it basically requires no less than 80 feet be provided on either side of the right-of-way. This is 80 feet on the outside of the Pine Ridge Parkway, which is the road that bisects the property going from West Morganton down to 15501. There will be no less than 80 feet, and no less than 20 feet of that 80 can be on either side. So you could do 60-20, you could do 50-30, and you can do 40-40, or any combination thereof. I could keep going with the math, but I won't. So I mean, you could do 55, 20. The point is, you take that 80, you divide it out, and so if there's a design constraint on one side of Pine Ridge Parkway that just doesn't allow you to get the 40 feet, you can go down to 20 feet and put it on the other side. So there's flexibility in design, but that linear park, in the CDP, there's a whole table of things you have to include in there, amenities such as benches, dog walking stations, and it has to be landscaped, and that's all in the CDP right now. Parking has been resolved. They are moving the parking from 1 to 200 to 1 to 250, so 1 parking space per 250 square feet. All right, so those are the issues that have been resolved and are in the CDP, therefore there's no conditions about those issues in the draft motions, which again are just draft at this point because we have to draft something up for you guys to consider, but we haven't held the public hearing yet. All right, so what is not in the CDP, but what is resolved in the staff report? Let me pull up. I'm going to leave it on this exhibit right here. This is an exhibit that shows all 9 phases of the Morgan Park South CDP, including sort of a rendering of phase 1 down there at the south end. But I do want to point out, even though I'm using this visual aid, this is a CDP that applies to all 9 phases. We want to be careful that whatever we adopt for a standard today is applicable to phase 1 and phase 9 when somebody's developing, but phase 1 is a distant memory. It's already underway. So that's why a lot of the stuff in the CDP is designed the way it is. Okay, we had some concerns about direct access to West Morganton Road. There are some phases up here, phase 3, phase 4, and phase 9 that we wanted to make sure wouldn't come in and maybe rather than building this road or in order to provide convenience, they might access directly off of West Morganton. So we have a condition in there that this be added to Exhibit 9 and CDP Section 7.0 to restrict, limit, and restrict direct access to West Morganton. We have a condition worked in there that the CDP be revised following approval. This would be a condition of approval that the CDP be modified and then a final copy submitted to staff that would go on the shelves. That's what these conditions are doing. They're basically saying, change it the following way, change it the following way, change it the following way. That full movement intersections along the Pine Ridge Parkway Spine Road, let me try to zoom in here a little bit. Full movement intersections be limited. Right here, they're showing a lot of remember, Pine Ridge Parkway, we want people to be able to get through here relatively quickly. We don't want this to be, our town has learned some lessons from Brucewood with a lot of full movement intersections going back and forth, a lot of conflict points. So we have a recommendation for a condition that full movement intersections be limited to 2 intersections only, that being the intersection with Old Morganton Road, which is right here, and that being the intersection with Southern Road right here, and all other driveways accessing off of Pine Ridge Parkway, the default design be a right-in, right-out only. But at each PDP application, pursuant to a traffic impact analysis, they can request full movement and it can be reviewed. We have a condition to modify the 75-foot cross-section that is in this exhibit. This is the 75-foot cross-section that would go right here where this red is. And this is because they're providing an important design amenity right here. They're protecting the Kenneth Black Family Cemetery and making an open space amenity out of it. But because it pushes the spine road over, the right-of-way needs to shrink down a little bit to a 75-foot right-of-way. The 75-foot right-of-way, instead of having an 11-foot wide turn lane in the middle, which some people lovingly and endearingly refer to as the suicide lane, the town has recommended instead the cross-section be modified to show only raised medians, not turn lanes, in there instead of the aforementioned suicide lane. That would be a modification to Exhibit 10. We have some modifications to the amenities worked in here. The modifications to the amenities would be that the park amenities table in Section 5.5.2 of the conceptual development plan be modified to add shade-providing pergola structures. Right now, there is not a requirement for any of these shade-providing pergola structures. The applicant would like to do this in phase 1, but it's not in the CDP. And we would like to see a design consistency across phases 2 through 9 along Pine Ridge Parkway. The way design amenities work is if a phase, let's go back to that diagram right there. Let's say the phase 8, this is phase 8 right here. Let's say the phase 8 PDP comes in. If they're required to do a certain chunk of linear park in front of their development, between the edge of the right-of-way and their development, they're responsible for providing the minimum amenities that are in the amenity table. So we went ahead and put recommended a condition that they have a requirement in there for benches every 300 feet on average. We recommended a condition that shade-providing pergolas on those benches in sort of a standard municipal appearance and design. We don't dictate design, but those shade-providing pergolas would be provided at a rate of at least every other bench, so 1 to 600 on average. We have a requirement that the landscaping table in section 5.5.2 of the CDP be modified to require 1 tree per 2,000 square feet, not exceeding a spacing of 50 linear feet for large trees and small trees. Because right now, the large trees within the linear park, we think are a little bit light. They don't meet the minimum of the landscaping code. And we wanted to make sure that we got a certain number of trees in there. Because 1 per 2,000, depending upon how wide the linear park is, that's 2,000 square feet. So in certain areas, it spreads it out. If the linear park is only 20 feet deep, then that's only 1 every 100 feet. You see what I'm saying? So we wanted to tighten it up so that at minimum, it's 1 per every 50 feet in the linear park. So that's why that's written that way. Landscaping table in section 5.5.2 of the CDP be modified to require shrubs at a rate of 1 shrub per 3 linear feet adjoining areas of hardscaped park amenities. That's consistent with our UDO. We have a requirement that shrubs be provided around hardscaped areas adjacent to parking areas, so we wanted to see that in there. The development agreement, number 7 is that the development agreement include a provision reflecting the developer's commitment to maintain vegetated medians along the Parkway Collector Road. This Parkway Collector Road, or otherwise known as Pine Ridge Parkway that runs right through here, one of the challenges we have is that the main 91-foot right-of-way has a 12-foot median in the middle. The developer was very interested in those medians being vegetated, but the town has a real concern about the cost of the long-term cost of maintaining and irrigating those medians. This came up at the planning board, and the applicant, to their credit, said, you know what, these are an important design feature for us, for our purposes. We'll go ahead and agree to maintain those long-term, and so that's going to be worked into the development agreement, which is a long-term binding contract allowed under North Carolina law. I almost said Montana law right there, sorry. All right, that section 5.5.4 of the CDP be modified to require a buffer of no less than 20 feet in width around the perimeter of Morgan Park South in place of the default buffers required in UDO 4.3.4. And I think, hold on a second. All right, so number 8, condition number 8 in the staff report, recommended condition number 8 in the staff report on page 16 of the staff report is the same as the handout I'm about to give you, condition 10. I didn't realize when I was drafting up the additional conditions that the buffer requirement of 20 feet, I'd worked it in there because the handout, the applicant submitted a revised buffer language for section 5.5.4 just a couple days ago, because it was like 2 weeks ago, but I had to have the staff report out much earlier than that. So condition 8 and condition 10 that I'm about to give you are actually the same. They deal with the same thing, so I apologize for that. So not 11 conditions, only 10. Whew, right? Man, brutal. All right. The last issue that came up was actually a really interesting one, and I gotta tell you, I really applaud the applicant's technical representatives for their attention to detail on this, because here's what came up. It was determined, I should have zoomed in, because you want to be able to see it, that's kind of actually my point. Down here, there's a little piece of property right here that is 1/4 of an acre, and it's 1/4 of an acre that is owned by R&T Properties, which is the commercial development group on which Chick-fil-A, Kickback Jack's is currently situated. It's an additional piece of property that was added to that in order to meet the 70% impervious requirement of the highway corridor overlay back when that development was developed. So they added a chunk of pervious ground to boost the denominator in the impervious calculation to come up with 0.698 impervious. Well, the challenge here is that that little triangle originally was left out of the CDP. And in fact, the road, the Pine Ridge Parkway, needs to be built right on it. Therefore, our recommendation is that a condition be added, number one, to add in that 0.24 acres. So they have submitted a modified meets and bounds description of the zoning. It bumps it up by 1/4 of an acre out of 100 acres, so you can imagine it had a very minor effect, but it wasn't in there, and I applaud their technical representative for seeing this and bringing it out, because we would have seen it at site plan, and then we all would have been sitting there going, oh man, how on earth do we deal with this? It's last minute, but again, we're really glad they brought it up. So we deal with the 0.24 acre situation by adding it in, and then number 11 is that chunk of ground is actually owned by Duke Energy. And the right-of-way comes in right through there, and if they have an easement on there to come in and then turn like this, it then crosses over the R&T properties, and it's a road on an area that was meant to be pervious. Well, the problem is if you now cover that up and you take it away from R&T properties, it takes the Chick-fil-A and Kickback Jack's property and puts them in non-compliance with our impervious surface requirement, okay? Now, confusingly, this is not the 70% impervious that you normally hear about under water supply watershed. So staff's concerned that we grant some type of a deviation pursuant to a zoning allowance, and then the state comes in and audits our WSW program and says, what are you doing? You know, why are you just granting 1/4 of an acre? That's not an issue here. The 70% impervious that R&T was held to, that they had to add this for, was merely a construct of the highway corridor overlay to try to minimize all the impervious adjacent to the highway. But this area has always been anticipated, going back at least to the CLRP, for being an access to some type of a shopping area that is on this 100 acres. So therefore, what we're recommending is that now that this 0.24 acres, and believe me, I've already spent way more time than I needed to on 0.24 acres, like that's not lost on anybody, but it's a detail that really, this is the appropriate time to deal with it. That 0.24 acres be, for purposes of calculating the impervious surface on the adjacent property, not be calculated against them so that they don't fall into nonconformance. Because the little bit of impervious they have left, 300 square feet, they actually want it, because they might want to do a building addition at some point in the future, and they don't want to lose that by granting this development the ability to come in. Did I make some sense of that a little? All right, so there's just a challenge that came up, and it was last minute. It was like, wow, we gotta deal with that. All right, so let me hand this out real quick. And as I said, condition 10 and condition 8 in the staff report, condition 10 in this handout are actually dealing with the same issue, but the modified meets and bounds description that will reference the now 98.5 roughly acres is in here. And I want you guys to have this so that it's easy peasy.
Isn't it wonderful that he loves his job and he's good at it? I wish he had some enthusiasm, but we'll deal with that later.
Okay, so as I said, Planning Board did meet about this project. They did meet on August 19th, 2021. They did provide a recommendation. A copy of the written recommendation from the Planning Board is in your staff report. They did hold a public hearing, and ultimately they did vote unanimously to recommend approval of this Morganton Park South CDP. I'm going to sit down and immediately remember something I forgot, but for now, that's all that's coming to mind. So, you guys have any questions for staff before I thankfully sit down and hush?
It's probably in there, but just to refresh. You talked about what you resolved. You talked about what isn't in the CDP that's been resolved. Is there anything that they're asking for or wanting that through your office has not been able to be resolved or come to terms with? I mean, is there anything out there that we need to?
Any gaps?
Yes.
The CDP at this time, and that is really to the credit of the applicant. I have to give credit where credit is due. They have been very attentive, they've worked through everything, and they have worked with staff, and the only thing left is to hold a public hearing and see what the public thinks about this. hold the second public hearing, the town council public hearing. Yeah.
Right now, the big CDP, no. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, everything is in staff. I will say, like, the conditions we've recommended, it is my understanding that the applicant is fully cool with those conditions, those 10 conditions, dealing with all the issues, because we've worked on that together. So yeah, as far as I'm concerned with the CDP, Morgan Park South, we're good to go. Yeah.
Questions?
Yeah, I do. Hey, BJ, that was my big one. Can we ask the applicant, is it time or do I wait till they come up to ask them? Do they?
Right now and
Well,
and stop.
I got one for you
Yeah.
too on the permitted uses.
Not really, I'd love
Has
to keep
the-
talking. But.
The applicant, we'll be able to confirm either now or when they talk that they've agreed to the 10 conditions as presented.
Yes, sir.
The second one on the land use table, I just needed a clarification. It's land use 2641 parking lot and parking garages. Is there an intention of putting a parking garage, right? Because it becomes a permitted use. And I know we address it with each one, but it's hard to address it if we said it's allowable.
Yeah, that's a great question for the applicant. The table of uses, if there's something on there that a majority of the town council finds objectionable, now would be the time.
I'm not
to-
sure, I'm not saying
Oh,
it's
sure.
objection. I'm just,
Question.
so I'll hold for their
Yeah,
piece.
yeah, that's yeah, jump to the gun that you may have found it objectionable, but no. Yeah, the table of uses was their prerogative to put that forward for your consideration.
Okay, and the third, my final for you is, are there any other deviations, or will those be presented by the applicant that are being requested?
All right, so I'll use that. The CDP is where they're writing their zoning. So the deviations for the CDP would be deviations from the UDO.
Right.
And we've itemized all those in the staff report, things that would otherwise, for example, the parking in front of the buildings, that's not compliant. We wrote about that in the staff report and said, we recommended, we had some good meetings, we had some good back and forth. It was spectacular.
So we captured all that within these,
It's in the staff report. And
the
those
conditions.
Yeah, with number one is the stuff that's in the CDP that's
Right.
attached to the staff report, because there was a bunch of stuff worked into there. And then, yes, the additional 10
The
conditions.
10 conditions
get
will
that.
address all those
Yeah.
deviations from the UDO that will become the CDP, that will then be the basis for all the PDs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, these applicants saw me get as irritated as I get sometimes at meetings, and they handled it, and they're troopers, let me tell you.
You used those cliff notes from back there, didn't you?
They're just going to make them bigger.
Is there still an interest in an extension of Stevens Street on the other side of Morgan?
Yeah, that is not part of the CDP. In fact, that right there is the design for Pine Ridge Parkway. Right now, Pine Ridge Parkway is designed to go up and T intersection at West Morgan Road.
Okay.
Yep. For alignment in your mind's eye, it is roughly aligned with Stevens Street on the other side. You know, if you shot an arrow, you'd hit it. You wouldn't, you'd run into a bunch of trees, obviously, but you get the metaphor, yeah.
You can tell it's getting late, can't you? Have a seat, BJ.
Thank you.
Okay. I know that we have a couple people that are representing this side, so Mr. Coons, are you next, or is Mr. Silverman next? Welcome, John. This is your first time in front of us.
Madam Mayor, thank you.
Please state your name and your address.
John Silverman, Midland Atlantic Properties, 8044 Montgomery Road, 3rd floor, Cincinnati, Ohio, 45236.
Thank you, sir.
Do I need to be sworn, or do I?
No, not yet. That's the next. We got to do this before you can do the next.
So I think one of the exciting parts is that I've met with BJ, as he said, for more than 4 years now, that we've been bothering him. And he has the same excitement and the same enthusiasm at 9 o'clock in the morning as he does at 9:37 PM. So we appreciate the opportunity to be here with you this evening. Very much appreciate the time. I mentioned when we first started talking about this project several years ago that we've developed a lot of shopping centers all across the country and have done some really incredible projects. This project has every complication that you could ever have in a development project. And the only way that we were going to make it to the finish line was through a community effort, a true community effort, and it has been that. And so if you don't mind, the first thing I would like to do is throw out some thank yous, because it's been a big lift from a lot of people that I do want to thank. I mentioned BJ, but also Mr. Parsons, Mr. Mickle, and Ms. Russell, who have been all been incredible to work with. At NCDOT, we've had great interaction with Matt Kitchens and Dago Pozos for a long time. And at Duke Energy, the project cannot happen without the cooperation of Duke Energy. One of the unique features about the property is the property has no frontage on any street. So Duke Energy owns the frontage, and without their cooperation, we would not be here. So we've had great cooperation from their transmission department, because the big transmission lines that go through, and their distribution group. There are if you go out there are a whole series of little wooden distribution lines, and we're going to bury those lines in order to build Pine Ridge Parkway. So I want to give significant thanks to Robbie James and Lord Fanning, from the transmission department, Kendall Cumby from distribution, and David McNeil, who's your district manager and kind of the go-between between the developers in the town and Duke Energy. The property also has, in addition to Duke Energy, we have 3 adjoining property owners who have been incredibly cooperative. And I want to specifically thank Tom Van Camp and Dave Christofoli. Tom Mincher, we've been talking about the 0.24 acre issue. That's Tom Mincher from Greensboro, who's been terrific to deal with, and Dr. Donnie Lane, whose dental practice is where the old chamber used to be. Our team includes RSP Architects out of Minneapolis. RSP has done several projects with us. They've done a ton of projects with Target. I think when you see the drawings, you're going to be as impressed, hopefully, as I was when I saw them. We have great local representation. BJ mentioned it. Tim Carpenter and his staff at LKC have been fantastic. Bob Coons and his staff, who you deal with quite often, have been equally terrific. Travis and Kimberly Horn and Kevin Dean, who was here at the Planning Commission, have helped us greatly. And Bill Mees, our Director of Development at Midland Atlantic, leads the project, and he's here to make sure that I don't say anything that is too wrong. So I apologize in advance. I'm going to be bouncing a little bit in my presentation between CDP and PDP types of things, but I want to give you a real flavor for who we are and for what the project is. So if you give me just a tad bit of deference, that would be great. And I don't remember how to do this.
On the circle, the right side of the circle.
So what I'd like to tell you a little bit about is us very quickly. We've developed more than 60 shopping centers. We currently own 37 centers in 17 states, including North Carolina. Our projects have a lot of commonality. We are very big on landscape features, water features, pedestrian space. The linear park that BJ talked about is right down the middle of the plate for us. We love that kind of thing. So these are a few different projects. That's a Target project. We do a lot of work with Kroger, a lot of work with Target, obviously, Publix, and Harris Teeter. This is a project we have out in South Dakota. If anyone is familiar with Shield Sporting Goods, it is a fantastic sporting goods store in the upper Midwest. We have one in our Target Center in South Dakota and one in our Target Center in Cedar Falls, Iowa. But what you notice in these pictures, I'm hoping, is the pedestrian space, the quality of architecture. It's not a bland drive-it building that looks the same. There's quality throughout every spot of the project. You'll see the building material on this particular Target as well, and you'll notice the pavers that you're going to see as we get into Southern Pines discussion. I mentioned that we are in 17 states. We've developed 11 projects in your state of North Carolina, projects for Kroger, Harris Teeter. Most people know us in your area for South Point. In Durham, it's a 325-acre project that we completed 17, 18 years ago that has multiple components. I show it because everybody knows it, number one, but the architectural features and the pedestrian features are things that you will see here if we are fortunate enough to gain your approval. So South Point has a lot of pedestrian areas, again, quality of building material. Hopefully everyone has shopped there and spent a lot of money. Again, outdoor pedestrian space. This is an arcade that we have in the lifestyle area across the street from the mall. But you see outdoor features, outdoor furnishings, places to gather, fountain areas. Okay, so that brings me to Morganton Park South. I'm going to kind of try to walk through the project a little bit. So this is the 100 acres that BJ has outlined between 15501 and Morganton Road. The land use plan that BJ showed us earlier, and the plan that we looked at from the transportation as well. Pine Ridge Parkway is the road that we're calling it today. I'm quite confident that it will not be called Pine Ridge Parkway at the end of the day. But it's a 4-lane landscape parkway that is designed in a very nice fashion itself, plus the linear park. So again, I realize I'm getting into a little bit of PDP territory here, but I'm going to focus on the design of the Target Center, which kind of sets the palette for the entire 100 acres. And I'd like to, if you don't mind, walk you through starting at 15501 and walking through the project. So that is the to-be-named parkway that is in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. I'm going to start in the lower right-hand side. Again, outdoor pedestrian areas. The site has a tremendous amount of grade to it. The entire 100 acres does. So when you come up from 15501, this will be the first thing that you will see is the clock tower, the outdoor fountain, and the pedestrian space coming through with quality of architecture. You see the brick pavers, again, the fountain. One of the design features is as you go through your downtown area, we've tried to take a lot of ideas from your downtown character, from the existing character in Southern Pines, and bring it into the project. As I said, not just an everyday shopping center design. One of the things is different palettes of brick, different styles of brick and different materials that all work together. So this space actually has a wooden deck underneath it instead of plastic or metal. It's just the added touches that are in the project that give it a human scale and a human feel and make it feel more like you have downtown. As you move through, you start to get a view of a couple of larger tenants that still have a nice architectural feature, the brick pavers in the parking lot. This is a user, to-be-named user that we are excited about that is also not in your market. One of the design features that shows up here and shows up in a couple of places in the project is those metal awnings, which are borrowed from the design of your train station, train depot downtown, the metal awnings that are over the area where you wait for your train. That's the same type of design that we have out here. This particular user has a second floor restaurant that overlooks the project that we were very excited about. I'm moving now from where that second floor restaurant user is across the drive. Again, similar type of look to what you have downtown, a lot of landscape feature, a lot of brick. You start to get into the Target building itself. On the right-hand side that I just passed would be the entrance. If you order online, it's a separate entrance to the store that you go to pick up your online order. So there's an entrance on the right and the main entrance on the left. As you move past Target, you get to the turn in the project that kind of connects the retail to the multifamily and gets into some of the little kind of smaller quaint shops. And you have this pergola area. This pergola shows up. One of the things we discussed with staff a lot was trying to bring design features from the inline buildings out to the street. So when BJ talks about the pergola, it's an effort to take the design features that are in the buildings, not just here, but throughout the entire CDP, and move those design features up onto the street as well. So you've got connectivity, you've got that design quality that we're trying to create across the entire CDP. As you walk across, you get to an area that we call the courtyard that ties the retail to the multifamily. I'm going quickly here because I realize I'm talking about something that we're going to be talking about shortly. And again, design features, pedestrian area, things that show up throughout the entire 100 acres of development. We're very excited about the character of the project. We're excited about the multimodal paths that go along Pine Ridge Parkway. from 15501 to Morganton Road. We're very much aware of traffic issues in the town and have a very strong opinion that Travis may be talking about the alleviation of traffic that Pine Ridge Parkway will immediately do by connecting Morganton Road and 15501, so you're not forced to go to either Highway 1 or down to the point where Morganton and 15501 come together 2 miles north of us or so. If we are, again, fortunate enough to gain your consent, we have kept the cemetery in here. I meant to mention it in my notes. We're very excited about the cemetery. Bill and I have met twice now with the Moore County Historical Society about keeping the cemetery there and enhancing it and making it into a feature. So we're very excited about that. We're excited about the project, and if we are fortunate enough to receive approval from your organization, and we have some more steps to go with the architecture review, site plan review, and things like that, then Target would open up on October 23rd, 2023.
You mentioned one point, you said Pine Ridge, and then you went to that other place. Is it Pine Ridge or is it the other?
We've used Pine Ridge as the moniker
Okay.
for a long time. We recognize that's not going to be
Okay.
the street name. We've had some discussion with Mr. Mickle about it and BJ about it, and
Okay.
it was confusing enough, so we just, let's go with it, and at some point, we'll have a new name.
Okay.
Just make sure it isn't the one you said.
Yeah, the first.
Pine Ridge.
Yeah, the one you accidentally said. You're in the, you're in the wrong place, darling. The pine is fine.
Well, I
The
apologize.
the Hearst part was like, no, I do have this, so no, we're not doing it.
The Jefferson Inn, right here in downtown Southern Pines.
Okay, guess what town, and what town is that in?
Beautiful Southern Pines.
Thank you, John.
Restaurants, right? See you often.
Yes, I do see you there.
So I'm going to ask Bob to come up and walk through some of the technical aspects. One of the things that he's going to show you is the design of the linear park. We had never heard of a linear park before. We all kind of collectively, during one of our discussions with staff, came up with this concept and this idea. And I applaud Bob and Tim and BJ and Susie for it, but it's great. We're really pumped up about it and think it's going to make the Parkway Road incredibly unique, and not just carry traffic, but also carry pedestrians. We like the design a lot, so happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, I just want to remind people out there, we do not approve the box stores that come in here. We're just approving the retail concept. That's what our job is, not who fills up these tenant places. I just want you all to realize that is not what the council's job is. So I guess, Mr. Coons, do you have any questions for John?
I do, just a comment. I like the parkway and the concept because it makes it to what an old day parkway was. That it wasn't just a road you drove down, it became an event in itself. Whether you're walking, riding a bike, or something, to kind of lessen the immediate feel of these,
Commercial.
the commercial aspect of it, that it makes it look a heck of a lot better.
Yeah.
I agree. I think, as we've told the Historical Society, I think having the cemetery there and making it into an amenity.
How many
is
people
gonna
knew
make
that
it-
cemetery was there? I'd say not many.
1781.
Before this?
I did, yeah.
Oh.
But it's going.
How many people have been to the cemetery?
I guess I need to get out more. Paul, have you been?
No.
Okay, you and I are going.
It's really incredible. It really is. But it deserves to be something that is more celebrated, and that people
Right.
sit there and they enjoy it and they see it and learn about it, and we think it's going to be great. If we're fortunate enough to get approval, we think it's going to
Very
be great.
cool.
I love the artistic synergy of how you're grabbing snapshots of the ethos of Southern Pines and making it happen there.
Yeah, it's
I'd
nice.
love to talk at another time about that process, because that's.
Yeah, it's not sterile. It's not one, just,
We've been having design charrettes every Thursday morning at 11:30 for, I don't know, months. And have gone through a refinement and a lot of pictures of your downtown area. So it's been a lengthy process, but we're happy with the result so far.
Reagan, I finally got my clock. I've been wanting a clock for a couple of years, and you see the look I've been getting. Mr. Coontz, do you have any other questions?
No,
I'm not worried about them. You?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Shouldn't pick on the sick man.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's good to be here tonight. Bob Koontz with Koontz Jones Design, 150 South Page Street in Southern Pines. As John mentioned, I'm here to talk a little bit more about the technical details of the CDP. BJ did a great job of explaining most of all the items, especially the deviations, and it's been great to work with the staff and work with BJ and Susie to really bring this to fruition tonight. So what I'd like to do is just walk through some of the details. Now, obviously, I'm going to move through this pretty quickly because I think BJ covered a lot of it. There are some things I would like to point out. Looking at this slide, this is the land use plan. The areas you see on the plan that are indicated in red are specific to just retail, and our land use, those land uses are applied to that specific, the land uses that are included. There are certain land uses that are included in that area. And the red area is specific to just retail. The yellow area that you see is specific to multifamily development. The blue area is a mixed-use area, so it could be commercial, retail, residential, or office space. And then the retail or the purple sections that you see are specific to office and retail development. As you get closer to 15.5 or closer to Morganton Road, it allows for a nice transition into the development, into the residential areas or office areas and lower density, with pushing the higher intensity uses out to the edge toward 15501 and Morganton Road. So that's the general concept for the overall master plan. There is a long history on this property, and I saw Reagan's. There's a very long history on this project. So originally it was set aside. It was actually zoned MU, which was mixed use, several years ago. And during that period of mixed use was actually when the Lowe's Foods development was created. So that was in a different ordinance. BJ actually described the PD process. Originally, this entire area was zoned MU, and now it's zoned PD, and that happened several years ago, which brought it into this two-step process of CDP and PDP. So with that zoning in the original district, there was an MRO, which was the Morganton Road overlay, which specified how much development could occur within the overall master plan. And in that overall 100+ acres of the development. So when we were looking at this, and a lot of that MRO was carried over into the new ordinance and into this section. So when we derived these numbers from the development program that you see on the screen, those are essentially the same numbers that were in the MRO, just with the Lowe's Food Shopping Center removed. So this is the multifamily or the residential uses of 650 units is what would have been permitted under the MRO district and under the original MU district. The office and commercial and retail, by subtracting out the Lowe's Food Shopping Center, we've gotten to the number of the amount of retail that would be permitted under the MRO. So we've taken that out, and that's where these numbers are derived in the development program. So you can see that 650 units would be permitted under the residential development, and then office would be up to 400,000, with commercial retail up to 650,000, and a combination of those uses could not exceed 700,000 square feet. So you could have 400,000 square feet of office and 300,000 square feet of retail, or you could have 650,000 square feet of commercial retail and 50,000 square feet of office, but you couldn't exceed those numbers. And again, those numbers are derived from the original MU district and the MRO, which is still in place today, and those numbers. So a little additional site data. The maximum building height is 45 feet. We do have a stipulation in the document that within 50 feet of the parkway, buildings can only be 35 feet in height in that area, in that zone. Again, trying to protect that corridor and protect the linear park, so you don't have, 4-story buildings on the edge of the parkway. It's just a nice transition between the two. Water and sewer are readily available for the property. Architectural compliance permit will be required as we move forward for the architecture. There are no endangered species on the property. We have studies from Dr. Jay Carter that are included in the packet, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife has also concurred with their analysis. Lighting standards would follow the Town of Southern Pines and perimeter buffer of 20 feet. BJ has really described this in quite a bit of detail. I will say that along the parkway, as BJ mentioned, there are 2 different cross sections, and BJ went through those. The cross section coming from Southern Road, which you see there in the green, that would follow, we're proposing that would follow the existing standard for that roadway. So Southern Road has a sidewalk, and it would be the same cross section to maintain consistency through that area. You see the red section there, which is the extension of Old Morganton Road to Parkway Connector. And that would follow the same cross-section of the existing Old Morganton Road. So the divided median, multi-use trail on one side, sidewalk on the other. And it would just be an extension, again, to maintain the character of those streets that already exist. BJ explained the road cross-sections already. Looking at the phasing plan, and just wanted to talk about this in a little bit more detail. As you see on the plan, we have, I believe it's 10 phases. I can't see it from here, unfortunately, but I believe it's 10 phases. Is it 9 phases? It's 9 phases. Obviously, the shopping center that we're discussing this evening in the PDP process, and John mentioned earlier, that would be part of phase 1. And phase 1 actually includes the entire Parkway Connector from 15501 to Morganton Road and the shopping center. So that's indicated as phase 1. BJ did mention earlier that there are triggers within the phasing plan that would trigger certain development. So you wouldn't get to a point where Southern Road doesn't get developed or the future connection from Old Morganton Road. So I'm actually going to walk up here for a second.
Do you remember, BJ? I don't recall the time. You said you built in definitive time triggers on those. I don't remember what they were for Southern and Old Morganton. Do you remember?
Yeah. So there's a definitive time, and there are also triggers within development of the parcels. So for phase 3, 4, and 7, when any development occurs in any of those phases, regardless of what it is, the connection from Old Morganton Road to the Parkway Connector would be required to be constructed. Any construction or plan that comes in PDP that would come in later for phase 5 or phase 6 would require the extension of Southern Road and that connector. In addition, the Parkway Connector, in addition to that, the phasing, there's a 10-year trigger in the ordinance, or in the CDP document. And at the end of 10 years, regardless of construction on the sites, et cetera, those roads, Southern and Old Morganton, will be required to begin construction process. So that's what's part of it.
Part of the requirement in the CDP document is that a developer's agreement will be put together, and that is currently being drafted, but that's where that 10 years and the triggers that would guarantee that will be finalized. But the zoning itself will require that ultimately be developed.
Right, and the specific language is included in the CDP and does discuss the formal development agreement as well. So there is a trigger for that, so we don't end up with a situation like other places. But looking at the open space plan, the project is required overall to have a 20% open space total of open space, and then 10% of that would be usable. So a little over almost 20 acres, and then I think it's just shy of 10 acres would be required. This would work the same way other PDPs have worked. We keep a running tabulation of that as we move through the process and make sure that the development as a whole meets that standard at the end of the day. BJ mentioned all of the linear park standards. This is the list, and it includes walkways, trails, benches, seat benches, trash receptacles, and really goes through detail of where they're required and how many are required throughout the development of the linear park. So this is, as BJ mentioned, trellises, sitting areas, making sure that that entire area has a real park-like feel, and all those amenities are included all the way from 15501 all the way to Morganton Road. So keeping that real park-like atmosphere all the way. And this is also has the standards that BJ mentioned earlier regarding the landscaping. This is a depiction of what that looks like, and illustrative. So you see the linear park, the top elevation cross-section is a little more specific to the area in front of Target with the offset, as BJ mentioned. It can be 40 and 40 or 20 and 60 or whatever it may be, or, you know. So we would have that in that area. It could be.
Oh, gosh,
It could be.
don't get
It could be
me started again.
3743 too. But anyhow, you see the linear park there and how that would work with a multi-use trail and the sidewalks and the planted median. On the lower cross-section, you see where it's smaller, much smaller on one side, but this is the cross-section near the cemetery. So you see a large park area there, 140, 150 feet. So it'd be a really nice green space along that parkway, be a great destination for the residents. We think the parkway, or the linear park, really becomes a real spine through the entirety of the park, or of the development, and that if there's multifamily there or whatever it may be, or other residents of Southern Pines may just want to utilize this linear park. It could be actually a pretty nice place to go and ride bikes, etc.
Will there be elevations at certain points, little hills, dips, that kind of thing, or?
They're most likely, based on the grades that are there, there's going to be some elevation change. There's a lot of elevation change from Morganton Road to 15501. There's a lot of grade drop there. So there are going to be a lot of things happening as it weaves down through the area. So this is a depiction of the linear park that's been designed, and a good example of what it would look like in front of the shopping center. We've obviously developed this a lot further than we would the other areas, because we know what this wants to look like. But you can see all the elements. You can see the cemetery. You can see trellis features, the stormwater pond. I want to walk up here again. Starting at 15501, you see the main entrance and the signs, the median, coming down with a water, a pond, some sort of fountains, having trellis and sitting area on the other side, weaving back around the cemetery, coming back down, again, having benches and sitting areas, and fencing along this side of the development as well, along the frontage of this side. So that gives you a picture of what that linear park can be in the future when it's built out. And this is actually an illustrative of what that area would look like. Now, the trees here are relatively small. We're showing those because we wanted to be able to see the park through the trees. We had much larger trees, but you really couldn't see anything. So you can see through, you can see the linear park, and you can see the multi-use trail over on the left-hand side. That's the cemetery area, and how it winds and how the trails wind out around it. Then you can see the harder edge with the sidewalk and the fencing and the trees and the shrubs and those things, and the sitting areas on the right side of the parkway. Again, here are some other illustratives of the streetscape, seeing one of the seating areas and seeing the median and the trails and sidewalks and how that area would look. One of the other items that we're discussing, and we are asking for a little deviation on the signage plan and the signage to allow for technically what would be considered an off-premises sign. So right now, the ordinance only allows signs to be located on the actual individual property. So we're asking for off-premises signs. One, to introduce at the north end at Morganton Park, or at Morganton Road, and then one at 15501. And those will be a little larger. It's sort of a combination between the landmark sign ordinance that's in the code and the freestanding sign that's also in the code as well. So it's a little combination of that, and I have a couple of illustratives showing what we're proposing. Those signs would announce the major tenants, very similar to what you see at the ends of Brucewood. So the shopping center Kohl's has a sign on Morganton Road, and they also have a sign on 15501, but they're not actually on the property. So it's the same scenario, and it would announce Morganton Park as a whole and an overall as well. So looking at the signage along 15501, this is an illustration of the 15501 and Parkway Connector intersection, and showing the sidewalks and the multi-use trails. And then the signage you see on the lower portion. There will be a water feature, brick signage, very nice signage in that area. This is a rendering of what it would look like, showing the tenants. Again, these tenants would be technically off property and off premises. So we're asking for the ability to do that and have a sign that looks like this. This is basically what we would be required to provide by including it in the CDP. This is what we would be required to provide.
Bob, right now you have it in the CDP.
Correct.
Okay, and we're not asking from the staff for these conditions for a change to that.
Yes, sir. The things that we hammered out before and right after the submittal date, that's what's in the CDP.
Okay.
Conditions are things that are not squared away.
Okay, so this is already squared away from the staff's point of view.
Yep, so in the staff
Okay.
report, there's a section that talks about like, hey, this is one of the things they listed as like, we are deviating from the signage code in the following ways, and we just basically said in the staff report, here's how they're deviating, and it's written in the CDP.
Okay, thank you.
That's right. And you can see, while it does have tenant signs, it also has the Morganton Park definition, which would be similar to a landmark sign. We're also asking for, and the sign you see at the bottom portion would be the sign that would be located on Morganton Road as the landmark monument sign and off-premises sign. And then the smaller sign that you see is an indicator at each of the individual site driveways going into the shopping center. These are the overall waivers that we're asking for. I think BJ went through most of these, a lot of these, but we are asking for a few more waivers from the MRO district. Removing the grid pattern, we talked about building orientation, signage, and the intersections being 450 feet apart, we discussed. Parking and large-scale retail development. We talked about the parking. We did talk about architectural heights. We are asking for a modification to allow, as I mentioned earlier, 35 feet only within 50 feet of the parkway, and beyond that, it can go to 45 feet. 45 feet is actually the standard for that area. And then asking for special elements like the clock tower or things like that are nice architectural features, could go up to as much as 60 feet. And then we're asking for Short Street not to be connected. Sidewalks can be multi-use paths. The requirement is actually that they would just be sidewalks within the development, but this allows for the use of multi-use paths. We're asking that street trees, rather than be planted in a regimented 30 feet on center, that they'd be able to have the ability to naturalize those plantings rather than just that standard 30 feet on center, maintaining the same number of trees, but just having the ability to make them more random and more natural, which will really fit in with the linear park. We feel like that needs to be more natural and look more natural. And then providing the alternate street cross sections that we talked about for the Parkway Connector. And that's the presentation and the CDP details. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have related to the project.
Hey, Bob. A good presentation, thank you. I do have a couple questions. Could you talk us through all the phases of buffering from existing residential land uses? as this goes phase 1 through 9, since the CDP applies to all phases, there's
Sure.
some residential land uses that possibly will be very close to future phases.
Right, and we're required to provide buffers and setbacks along those edges. We're asking for a 20-foot perimeter buffer around the entirety of the property. So that would include all the area around the entire CDP boundary that abuts any adjoining property. And that would be 20 feet. And that would be planted to the standards of the perimeter, or to the buffer standards of the town of Southern Pines.
But
So
my
it's
only
a really
concern
heavy
is
buffer.
that the folks that live on the right side that are in a residential area, they're not going to see the pretty part of the shopping center. They're going to see the box crusher or whatever is
Understood.
back there, just to make sure that is 20 feet sufficient to screen that appropriately. Just for consideration, I think something that we might need to take a look at if you haven't already.
Right.
And if it is, I mean, just,
Yeah,
if you
and
can walk us through it at probably the PDP time.
Right, yeah. And topographically, that area, there's significant grade change along that back edge. There's probably a 20-foot high wall along a good portion and a good section of that area that would be included there. Now, the shopping center would be down from that. And if you plant on top of that area, it will really block a lot of
I'd just
the
be
views
curious
there.
as we get, especially getting future PDPs to how that is screened.
Understood. Mhm.
The other one is, I'll go back to that land use for code, I think it was 2641 in the table. For
Yes.
parking lots and garages.
Yes.
What parking lots? Are we doing paid parking? Are we doing paid parking garages?
No.
I mean, because it opens the Pandora's box for that.
No, understood. And I think when we're talking about parking decks in the future, there could be an opportunity to do a parking deck for a multifamily development or something along that line, and just leaving that in the ordinance. There are several different multifamily type products that have parking decks they're hidden, screened. With the topography out here, it makes perfect sense to do parking decks in certain situations, because there's so much grade change. It's very easy to build a very economical deck that's, as decks can be, they're not really economical, but at the same time, where you can enter on one side and one level and a lower level. So
No, I agree. If you just go down Charleston, you can see a really good way to screen parking decks
Yeah.
that make it very compatible with existing land uses and kind of maintains what you've set to mirror which would, in the more of the historic area and the character of the town.
Yeah.
Okay,
exactly.
that one, but I tell you, don't come in with a paid garage. And the one thing I do like is we've been looking, that connector road, let me see, how do I want to say this? The road to, the parkway to be named that is in Southern Pines, and should reflect that correctly. That has been a line on the map for, I don't know, 20 years?
Oh,
At least?
At least 30.
Yeah.
It was in the 90s when they
So-
first zoned
Yeah.
that mixed use. I don't know if Mr. McInerney's still with us, but I think he might have been on the council at the time. I know he was there.
And I think when the traffic guy talks, we'll probably hear more about, a little bit about this, but that connectivity between Morganton 15501 to cut all those things and to disperse traffic over more road network may in fact ease congestion in some areas than increase it. So I don't have a traffic engineering degree.
I'll let Travis
But
speak.
yeah, but I, that's something that the town has wanted for a long time, to increase the connectivity and trafficability of the town.
Yes. Right.
There's a lot of folks that are going to say they don't like this, a shopping center and growth. And they're going to have a lot of reasons. I'll just give you my point of view right now. I think the historic downtownish area can coexist with a central business district, because there's people that have different shopping needs. The people that are going to go to whatever store that is to get what they want, they're going to go anyway. And if they're going to go downtown, they're going to go to whatever that shop is. They're two different.
They'll complement each other,
Yeah, I think it's complementary. And if in my mind, when you blow that back out and the future linkage with the roads, to the Kohl's Shopping Center area, the other things, that it really makes a unique area, not only for Southern Pines, but for the county. I mean, it's a need in the county.
It's actually very different from most towns because most towns tend to grow out to the edges, and you have these large shopping centers at the edges, which drives traffic out. This actually will help traffic because it brings it in. Very rarely do you see a situation where, you know, a shopping center is in the middle of town. I agree with you. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Now, those are that's all I have for Bob.
Anybody else? Anything for Bob?
No.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you. There were some comments. People signed up. I think Christmas, oh, there's Chris. Chris, you signed up to speak?
I do have a PowerPoint. My name is Chris Smithson, 920 North Sailor Street, Southern Pines, North Carolina, 28387. I'm not here to speak against this project. If I did, I wouldn't really have any credibility. As has been noted, this general plan scheme has been around since before I got on council in 2003. We did things with it and had hits and misses between then and 2013 when I left. So I'm not here to talk. I'm here to talk about some details, not about whether or not we need development over there. Although I'm not super psyched about huge apartment complexes, but people who know me know that. So I'm quoting here from the CLRP, the Comprehensive Long Range Plan, talking about mobility and connectivity. A goal is to connected streetworks provide more route choices for drivers, keeping any one route from getting overloaded. It also provides redundancy in case there are accidents or backups or whatever. And that's from 5.7 in the CLRP. In section 2.8, under mobility, one of the tasks is to enhance mobility options by ensuring that new neighborhoods and mixed-use centers interconnect with adjoining land uses. Okay, so here my information sources are the town GIS and the UDO. So we're all used to looking at Morganton here and 15501 down there. In the little zoomed in box, I have that section of Short Street, and you'll notice that it has that gridded effect over it, meaning that is in the Morganton Road overlay. But what this proposal is doing is two things. One, it's effectively rewriting the map or de facto removing them from the Morganton Road overlay because the connectivity is not being proposed. If you look at the standards for the Morganton Road overlay 3.6.6, H number 1, streets shall be installed fronting on such streets except at the main connectors, Henley, Short, and Southern Streets shall be constructed to provide interconnectivity of existing systems prior to development and all that. So, as Bob just mentioned, they're asking for Short Street to not have its connections. And you know, I think that's a little troublesome from a transportation standpoint. And although, as we know, zoning is not guaranteed forever and plans are not guaranteed forever, I know people have bought and constructed properties under the understanding that Short Street will eventually connect. They've invested over there, and to not do that compromises their investments. Okay, going up, now my zoomed in area is at Henley Street. Again, Henley connection shall be constructed, but everything I've seen up until now, that road normally ends at Henley, and there's a light there. Helps with traffic movement there and safety and all that. Now it kind of, if you lined up through a road that's not there and go under where the old radiator tower was, yes, it could possibly, if he shot his arrow, would go down to, shoot, I don't remember what it is now. Stevens Street. But point is, there's no road there. There's no road paid for. There's a right-of-way, if anything, a paper street. And the other recommendation here, and I think it's on another slide, is, and this is from the proposal in the traffic section, I believe, and to convert the intersection of Morganton Road at South Henley Street to right in and right out only. So my question is, converting Henley to right in, right out only, how does that affect the traffic entering the West Southern Pines neighborhood, leaving the West Southern Pines neighborhood? And I'm not a traffic expert, but looking at the traffic impact analysis, it does not appear that it studied current and future movements at Henley, and certainly not hypothesized about how traffic will then potentially be diverted to, because I think it's Mechanic where those, or somewhere down the other side of the Morganton Road overlay, possibly the light or, going behind the school and all that. It doesn't even talk about all that. The plan has always been for a connect 15501 to Henley Street, and now this says they don't want to do that. And we're creating maybe one day more of a conflict like the DOT spent a ton of money on, deconflicting some of the problems between Murray Hill and Saunders. We had two lights that were there, and we had backups and problems. I don't know the measurement, but it's just a few hundred feet from Henley to this proposed access here. It's not that far. It's, I think, about a block, and I think Southern Pines blocks are like 400 feet, so somewhere in there. So it's disappointing, and I think contrary to our long-standing wishes and plans to not be kicking ourselves years later. Just think about how much less pain everybody around here would have if, for example, when the town approved Pinecrest Plaza back in like the mid-'80s or early '80s or whatever, if there had just been another way out onto what was then Pinecrest School Road, and which is now Felton Capel, I think, that they could get out to a light so people could turn left, because it's impossible. And that was always one of my nitpicks, or maybe worse than a nitpick, when people would come to us asking to give up a right-of-way, because we're not using it. And I always felt that my colleagues were a little bit too easy to give up a right-of-way, because you don't get that back without tearing things down. What if Broad Street, which used to go all the way parallel to where US 1 and Poplar, what if we had left that open? Imagine what US 1 going between here and Aberdeen would be like if we had alternate routes and parallel routes and different ways to do things. And so certainly with Short Street, I think it's short-sighted to give up on that, because it takes access from one whole side of the development out. So again, in summary, it conflicts with UDO, the zoning and overlay maps by excluding Short Street, and excludes the Short Street properties from the MRO, and it's a de facto redraws what that overlay is, because it makes no sense to have whoever's up there, the radio station and Keller Williams and whoever else is up there, be an overlay that in no way really applies anymore. Connections require that both shall be constructed. our CLRP, we need to ensure that we have these connections. And then finally, we have unknown impacts at Henley and other nearby accesses to West Southern Pines due to that conversion of Henley to a right-in and a right-out. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Do you all want to address any of his concerns?
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Smithson. Thank you for your comments. Just a couple quick things. We've had a lot of conversation about Short Street throughout our 4 years of discussions. The connection to Short Street has a few different issues. Number one, there's a grade change there that makes it difficult. Secondly, the design of Short Street, and Travis can talk more about this if we'd like to, but the design of Short Street is a very narrow road. So to take commercial traffic over that road that was going to be diverted over as a main entrance, as an entrance to the shopping center, and potentially trucks and things like that, is a very difficult situation. The biggest issue is in addition to those things, we had a neighborhood meeting back in June, and we had residents from Short Street there who did not want to have the connection. They didn't want people cutting through from the back way from 15501 to go to the shopping center. So for those reasons, that's why Short Street the connection was taken out. Relative to Henley, a couple quick points. Our original design for the Parkway did have us connecting to Henley Street. There were a couple of issues there. First, when the traffic light was installed by the soccer fields, the placement of that traffic light, which serves an incredible purpose and was necessary, is really close to the Henley intersection. So we can't move that distance. So the distance between where Henley would, if you pictured in your mind's eye, intersect with Morganton Road at the Parkway, and the distance to the I think it's called Fire Drive, where the traffic light is just too close to physically fit the interchange in there and the left turn movement and get the weave in there to make that work. Secondly, that area where Henley is next to the soccer fields, if you've gone over there, it's a really big drop off. So building the road on that kind of the side of that hill is very difficult. So for multiple reasons, we and the staff felt that moving the alignment of the Parkway further towards Stevens was a much better placement, better separation between the two potential traffic lights. The right-in, right-out item, that was actually a comment from NCDOT that we just received. We're not particularly happy about it. We haven't had a chance to sink our teeth into it significantly, but we are doing so. We don't believe that Henley needs to be right-in, right-out. And we have a couple different plan alternatives that we've been working on to show DOT that is not necessary. So we expect that between us and Jim and the staff, and that we will be having some conversations about DOT. We do not think that that's necessary, and we don't want that to happen. And I don't think the town would be excited about it either.
Thank you for your clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I'll simply just state everything he just said is very much accurate. Short Street's been one of those items that has been kicked around quite a bit through this entire process. And there were individuals at their neighborhood meeting. And the Henley Street information just came in. In fact, as of this time last week, we thought the issue was going to be that DOT would not warrant a traffic light on Morganton, which would have been a very serious conversation, clearly with the traffic this Parkway will carry. But then the right-in and right-out on Henley, short of ultimately a continuance and connection at Stevens Street, which is something that has been kicked around and discussed and is part of the whole DFI planning process with the town property. Although I will also recognize there's not even a paper street necessarily there right now, but the town does own most of the property in the surrounding area. But yeah, without some other form of connection or right in, right out at Henley, I cannot imagine being acceptable in any way, shape, or form for exactly the reasons Mr. Smithson brings forward. But again, that was, as Mr. Silverman said, kind of surprising feedback from DOT just extremely recently. And I'm sure they'll address that even further at PDB time. But yeah, all very good points and all very, very accurate history. But the Henley Street connection did come into existence prior to the somewhat overnight and surprising but very helpful light situation there at the ball fields and the Armory because of the unfortunate events that occurred there. But when that went in, I very much recall conversations with DOT and concern over what that would mean relative to future plans at Henley. And the Stephen Street light location does actually work much better from a distancing standpoint between Brucewood intersection and what is now the light at the Armory. But clearly what happens on the other side relative to a Stephen Street or some form of connection will have a huge impact on whether Henley Street could ever be considered for some form of limited access. And I'm not sure even with a Stephen Street connection, a Henley Street right in, right out makes any sense. But certainly without that connection, that simply doesn't work.
So it's obviously a work in progress. Yeah. Yes. The other people on this particular sign up is Bob Coons, which I think you probably have spoken, and it's Travis, but I'm assuming you want to speak at the next hearing, or do you want to speak at this one?
I'm happy to answer any questions.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're good. Okay.
If you are.
Toss that one. Toss that one back, has a different connotation, doesn't it? Okay. Any other questions for anyone here? I'm looking for a motion for the conceptual development plan. Oh, I have to close the hearing, excuse me.
I move to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Kim, did you comments? I'm sorry, yeah.
Yes, is there time for?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I did not, yeah, you can speak. You don't have to do anything, just,
Anybody more clear than I to go ahead, please do. Go ahead.
Evening,
good evening.
Jennifer Williams, 145 West Main Ave. I'm concerned with the traffic this development is going to generate for Southern Pines. On their traffic report, it states this development has the potential to generate additional traffic to the area of 7,832 daily trips. I'm not sure, that's what I read. My question is, what precautions will be taken with all this added traffic to our town? Morganton Road, where it is already heavily used and has some very sketchy areas, especially pulling out of the Pinecrest Plaza. Also, other sides of Morganton headed towards Southern Pines Town, where it merges into one lane that already becomes a traffic congested area. As well as the traffic on 15501, the middle lane and backed up traffic already has traffic issues. My son actually ended up in an accident due to somebody pulling out of the middle lane. Do I have to say anything about the traffic circle? There's issues there already. So if this is going to generate traffic, it's going to end up issues everywhere. Some of these areas need attention before we add more traffic. There are several developments, apartments, and offices that are still being developed on Morganton Road that also will generate traffic on top of this development. What changes will be done to these roads for safety and to maintain traffic flow? That's my concern.
I think it's Travis's turn to talk.
Yeah, it is Travis's turn to talk. Oh, Kim, did you have any questions before Travis speaks?
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening, Travis Fluid, again with Kimley Horn and Associates. To address, I'll go to the map if that works, and I'll just try to speak loudly. So the improvements that are being proposed as part of this, some we've already talked about, there will be a new essentially, it will be put in a full movement signal on a temporary basis, and then when NCDOT does the super street conversion on 15501, that signal will be converted to a super street signal with a U-turn between Partner Circle and Brewster. Also, NCDOT is also requiring a northbound right turn lane on 15501, turning onto the Spine Road. And we will have left and right turn lanes turning off the road onto 5501. We'll have turn lanes, left turn lanes, the full movement driveways on Parkway, and then the signal, which the NCDOT has said they will allow at Morganton, which will have a left turn lane on Morganton and left and right turn lanes coming off at that signal as well. So signals at either end of the parkway. The Henley Street, we've already spoken about the right conversion of that. You did recommend that in the TIA, but that is contingent upon the Stevens Street extension, basically replacing that connection. And to be conservative, we just took all of the traffic on Henley Street and moved it over to Stevens Street, even though Henley Street is there. So quite a number of improvements going in to address all the traffic.
I think I just wanted to make sure. The whole current Chick-fil-A, Petros, Kickback Jacks, it'll be able to catch that light off of that Spine Street. Because that's terrible turning left out of there even now. But it'll be able to get to that road to hit that light, correct?
Will there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, that's a key element of this, if you'd like to address that, John. But when John mentioned Mr. Minchner previously, again, R&T Development and the owner of those properties where Chick-fil-A, et cetera, is part of this development. And again, this has been in the works for decades now. If this parkway were to ever go in, is that there will be access from the parkway to those developments as opposed to what we've got out there on 15501 right now. John, please.
100% correct. Dr. Lane's property, the dental office property, will tie in, as will the Kickback Jack, which connects to Chick-fil-A, so that they would all have access to the left turns. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you.
Jeff, is that, did you get some clarity, or are you?
Okay.
I think another pertinent point too, because you brought up the Pinecrest Plaza, which that turn out of there is a nightmare, and this project isn't able to address that in one form or fashion. However, that intersection of 15501 and Morganton, part of the benefit of the additional parkway and the additional connection is to take some of the pressure off of that particular intersection, which DOT actually has part of their STIP or their long-term project, a full interchange there that is still under design and probably 10 years from being funded. But they already recognize they've got issues at that intersection. They do have some improvements planned in the interim that may very well. James, do you recall, because I remember when we were in conversation about the transmission line, I asked about that project down at Morgan and 15501. Did they say that was going to bid in the spring?
That's tied with the overall US 1 project also. They're both supposed to bid right after the USO.
Even just the turn lane and some of the things they were adding on the Turnberry CCNC side of things, that smaller project that.
Oh, sorry, I was thinking.
Yeah.
I remember us discussing it at that meeting. I could not tell you whether or not that was one of the smaller projects they were going to try to get done before the US Open, or if that was going to be one that had to go after.
I'll verify that. For some reason, I thought it was before because it led to our conversation about the push button there at Morganton that was going to get wrapped into it, et cetera. So, but there are some interim projects that DOT has planned down at that intersection, but long term, they've got on the books a pretty significant sized project at that 15501 Morganton.
They realize there's a problem.
Which is a difficult area.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it won't be solved in a year. A lot of things are tied to the US Open and when they're going to be constructed.
And when NCDOT has money.
Yeah,
I mean, that's,
when they don't overspend again.
And no hurricanes.
I didn't say that out loud.
You did not say that. Your mic was not on. Kim, do still have questions?
I have some comments.
I was
Jennifer, does that even closer?
Okay.
I was
What
going to
else
make.
is there?
I was going to make two other comments regarding traffic, two benefits of this site. One's already been mentioned, the connections of Southern and Old Morganton from Brucewood to the Parkway will help traffic circulate and take some pressure off either end of Brucewood, Morganton and 15501. The other nice thing here is the mix of uses, the office, retail, and residential being complementary and being able to navigate, even if they're on the Parkway, they're not having to get out onto Morganton and Brucewood. So you're reducing traffic by having that mix of uses versus if, like Brucewood today, where it's pretty much all retail, it's all leaving the site, it's all coming to the site, whereas this site, traffic can interact between those uses to reduce traffic impacts to the rest of the network.
From a traffic impact analysis standpoint and a traffic engineer standpoint, and forgive me, I think you mentioned 7,800 trips, 75, I don't remember the exact figure. Clearly with the multifamily future development, that is going to be trip generation due to people new to the area living in those places. With something like the shopping center, how much of that is actually trip generation or origin of an additional trip as opposed to some capture of somebody that just did some shopping at Kohl's and made their way over to Target?
Absolutely.
Is there some double counting there, or this is all purely new traffic?
We have a somewhat reduction for what we call pass-by traffic that's already on the network, but we're not accounting for what you're talking about, people that are already going to the shopping on Brucewood or already on 15501 that are now going to go to this site in either instead of or in addition to. So in the TIA, we are doing a lot of double counting to be conservative. We don't take a lot of those reductions, but yes, that absolutely will happen because retail, unless it's right next to your house and it's just a convenience thing, it doesn't generate new trips to the network. If you need to go to the store and get milk, you're going to the store somewhere. You just may do it here instead of another site. So a lot of retail centers actually reduce trip lengths. So, if this is closer to your house, you're going to go here instead of driving another mile or two to a different shopping center, for example. So, the retail actually doesn't add a lot of new trips to the network.
Any other comments? Sure. Come on. You stayed this late, might as well talk.
I'll say what I'm come to say. I'm Kim Collins Cotty, reside at 560 South Valley Road in Southern Pines. I'm not sure where in the process this is. I can't really see if this is a fait accompli and this is a done deal, and all these people who have come up here are, whistling Dixie, to put it mildly, because of what they think is already a done deal or not. And I'm reading the expression on each of your faces, trying to determine where we are in that process. So could you answer that for me first?
Right now, this is just the conceptual development plan. That's all we're doing. The concept. After this, we'll go to a quasi-judicial and do the next layer of this.
Okay. And at what point does this process stop, if it's going to stop?
I guess it stops here.
That would essentially require a no vote on the
A no vote.
CDC that is before you at this point.
Right.
Okay, well, then I need to say what I need to say then. I have worked and lived on one end of Morganton Road in Pinehurst. I've worked, actually work on Morganton Road, or one of the offshoots of Morganton Road, and I live on the other end of Morganton Road, so Morganton Road and I are very copacetic, and it is already a congestion challenge. I'm just going to put it lightly. But that intersection that you've alluded to that the DOT is going to work on when they get the funding, et cetera, that intersection is terrible. My son has also had an accident on Morganton Road at, I'm sorry, not Morganton, excuse me, 15501 at one of the stoplights down just right there at the Olive Garden and Brucewood. I guess it's Brucewood. You're talking about, and I've lived elsewhere, this accent defies that because it's never left me, but I've not lived in Cincinnati, nor have I lived in Montana, but I have lived. I have lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, and in Greenville, South Carolina, and you all are on the precipice of stopping that kind of congestion. If you stop it now, you have the opportunity to stop it. The gentleman who spoke said it best, Mr. Kuntz, I believe, who said most cities, I hope I quote you correctly, most cities do this by moving out. And the two of you both echoed, yeah, that's right. Most cities do it that way, and we're doing it differently. And I'm just here to say I don't agree with that. I think that it doesn't make sense to add congestion to what is already a very congested area and to further the trip to Morganton Road, which used to be 5 minutes and is now from the stoplight at Pinecrest Plaza down to 5, is already 15, 20 minutes, depending upon when, if it's 5 o'clock or not. So, again, I've lived and work all along that road. To add further danger on that road is ludicrous. To add more congestion to 15501 is dangerous and ludicrous. And the architects here have, he said it best, most entities push this out. And that is my suggestion, is why not? I'm sure your organization that did South Point in Durham did a fabulous job. I don't want to live in Durham. I want to live here, and I like the crime rate here. I don't like the crime rate in Durham. So if the Durham South Point is what we're trying to emulate here, that's not a lure to me. I feel that pushing it out, perhaps even somewhere up US 1, push it up to where the traffic is going back and forth to Fort Bragg, or here to Raleigh, move it out. I was not prepared to say this. I didn't have my numbers that Jenny had, but I've listened and I've heard and I've watched the responses, and I just feel like like I said, I feel like it's a fait accompli, and I think it should be stopped before we become another Woodruff Road in Greenville, South Carolina, or Providence Road in Charlotte, or Independence Boulevard, any of those other ridiculous thoroughfares. I'm from here, the people that are benefiting from this are not from here. The people that sit on this council, I don't know where you're all from. I can tell by your accents that you're not all from here, but I think the people that will benefit from this, if it's put where it is, are the people that are sitting behind me. I don't feel like the people of Moore County are going to benefit by adding Moore County, and particularly Southern Pines are going to benefit from where this location is being suggested. It sounds like it's still in the suggestion phase, so I'm going to say that. And that we're the people that matter, the people that live here, not the people that are building from hither, there, and yon. So,
Well, half your council is are natives.
right. And I think, you've probably seen what's happened.
And the two of us are connected to the military, so
And so
we have no,
you understand what's going on here. And this is the time to stop the train from leaving this station. And I really encourage you to consider that. Talk to these folks about another location outside of this perimeter that we're talking about, outside of that zone. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
I have no comment.
No, excuse me, another John. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
John McInerney, 460 Crest Road, Southern Pines. I know a few years ago, I was at some meeting about some piece of development, and Bob Coons said, everybody wants Target. And I'd say that's true. I think, this place is going to develop. It's 100 acres that have been laid out quite well, and I look forward to it. Thank you.
It's just one clarification from a lot of stuff I heard. I hear like the numbers in here, the 700,000 square feet, the 650 dwelling units. But if I heard correctly, and I think Chris may have alluded to it, whether it was the MRO or the MU, this is a concept for this parcel that's been around since the 80s, 90s. Just now someone's come forward wanting to develop it, but it's not like today where it's a brand new concept, or am I summarizing what I heard?
And I wasn't picking on Mr. McInerney, but literally he might be the one person in the room outside of Chris who has maybe 6 months additional experience with this. I think John was involved with it even back in the 90s when this area was first laid out. But yes, it has been planned for mixed-use development, large box type of retail, if that were to come to the area, since sometime back in the early to mid-1990s. Now, it has gone through a couple of different iterations. It has always included those concepts. It has always included a mix of uses. But even Mr. Kuntz's commentary about the numbers that were in the MRO, those are derivatives of the last time this went through an iteration. So there isn't additional square footage or anything there. This has been contemplated on one level or another for, again, 3 decades now. Probably the most recent application, I use the term recent very loosely, but Suzanne Coleman will recall this. There was a group through here, another development group back in the mid to late 2000s that were doing a very similar type of conceptual design, or they were proposing a very similar type of conceptual design. The biggest difference being that the parkway that they were proposing did in fact connect at Henley at the time. And it essentially, if you think about the site out there and the large transmission lines that exist, they were basically making that the median, because those transmission lines are a development challenge. You can't put structures underneath them. You maybe can put some parking under them, and that's about the extent of it. So it made a lot of sense to the developers at that time to just go ahead and put those transmission lines down the middle of a road, because they weren't going to be able to use it to build any other structures. That particular application died a rather interesting death in that it got wrapped up in front of the town council at the exact same time that the original Pine Needles PUD was coming through. So that was a meeting that went, I don't know, 1 or 2 o'clock, Mr. Koontz, but we would be here for quite a few more hours before we got to the end of what was occurring back in those days. But again, it was a very similar concept relative to square footage and mixed use. I will honestly say this design was far better than what the council was looking at back at that time. And the ordinance has been updated and strengthened along with a number of the standards and things that Mr. Grieve has referred to. So I don't want to say this is exactly the same thing as that was, because this is actually a far better application. But just making the point that this is not the first time that this particular tract has been discussed for this type of development. And again, the town councils, as far back as the 90s, were looking at this area for this development. And I don't want to put words in Mr. Koontz's mouth, but I happen to also have some background relative to the commentary about growing inward as opposed to outward. In reality, if you line up the zoning and planning jurisdictions for Pinehurst, Southern Pines, and Aberdeen, and if we were all one big city, that's very hypothetical, but if this is actually would represent the center of that map. And I think that may have been part of the thinking of the town councils 30 years ago when they started looking at this land for that. So as opposed to greenfield development or growing outward, which it's surprising Mr. Smith isn't with us here this evening, but we've heard oftentimes over the years about trying to do infill development and building things where infrastructure exists as opposed to cutting trees down and mowing over agricultural fields. And the challenge that you'll find with pushing something like this further and further out is that everybody that wants to go to it has to get on the same road to get to it. Whereas this, there is access, and I hear exactly what you're saying about Morganton Road between 15501 and 5. Unfortunately, Pinehurst has a lot of residential units along there and a lot of driveways, and it does take a very long time to drive that. The advantage of this site is that it is surrounded by a 15501, by a Morganton Road, by a US 1 just down the road, given there's intersections with issues there. But from a purely theoretical and planning concept, this is where you would want something like this as opposed to throwing it out on a US 1 or far away. I understand your reasons for that, and I'm not belittling them whatsoever, but just trying to provide a little context to the comment that Mr. Koontz had made. It is a little bit different that the center of a populated area, and I mean, again, the 3 cities, not just Southern Pines, that the center of a populated area would sit undeveloped like this, when in many models this would have been the downtown and one city would have maybe grown out from it. So I think that was just to provide some context to that particular comment. But again, Councilman Pate, yes, this does have a long history of discussion for this type of development.
I also appreciate, the concern about the traffic. I would, however, also add maybe another perspective on the context. Having been here back in the early 70s, walking through this very area to get to Jones Skating Rink with my buddies, going through the woods. And it's basically that whole track. one of the things expressed earlier with, as far as West Southern Pines is concerned, is it has been, the spot where we were more or less imprisoned with no outlets. Other than Pennsylvania Avenue and Midland Road, that's basically it, Henley Street. Then to actually have the possibility of something that would enable accessibility for those in this particular community, as we are literally having the conversations about economic development opportunities, walking distance, going right across the street to this place, and whatever businesses may go there could actually help to, some of the residents who may not have the transportation to go upward of the town, but to actually be right in the locale that has a certain appeal, I think, to the residents who are living in this area where I grew up. And I think maybe just that, mix that into the consideration as well. And again, I am aware of the traffic issues, but I do think, though, as Old Morganton Road, will come behind, the Lowe's food area, and will help to relieve some of the traffic, as well as, some of the other structures that are in place, or that will be in place, so, yeah. Just a little flashback from the 70s, sorry.
We get a lot of these walking in the woods stories, by the way. But I appreciate that, since he's been here longer than some of us. We got here as fast as we could. Anything else? All right. Conceptual development plan.
Close public hearing.
Yes, we do.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pleasure of the council on the conceptual development plan.
I move that after reviewing the proposed conceptual development plan and the criteria for consideration of a conceptual development plan, and after considering the comments received at the town council's public hearing and the planning board's written recommendation, the requested conceptual development plan is consistent with a comprehensive long-range plan and is a reasonable request for rezoning for the reasons set forth in the written planning board recommendation attached to staff report PD 08-21.
Second.
Pleasure.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. PD 0821.
Do I have to read all those things?
I used to have to read 8 pages.
I know what I'm going to say.
You can say as written in the staff report, or,
As amended tonight.
and also,
Okay, I got it.
Excellent plan.
And therefore, I move to approve PD 0821 as set forth in the attachment to staff report PD 0821 with the condition that the CDP be modified as stated below, and that a final revised copy be provided to the town within 30 days to retain as a public record of the zoning at Morganton Park South as presented in the draft recommendations and as amended by the planning director this evening with the 2 additional
Second.
conditions.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. That being said, we go on to F, which becomes a quasi judicial.
It'll take 5 minutes.
We may have 5 minutes. Yes, you may have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Don't go to the ladies' room.
That's clogged.
How much snack food did you bring? Every time I look over.
sleep with my.
I know where you're
All
going.
those stories through the woods. I remember every tree though.
I'm sure you
Because that
did.
tree was this place.
Were there trails through there?
No. We knew that they go this far, you see this tree, and you turn, and then we come out of there about. Get in there.
All right, nothing else, I'm gonna stand up. Everything about you, I'm still hanging in there with us.
And people quit having babies and quit wanting to buy stuff.
Huh? Oh, did you? That's right. Thanksgiving. And my girls can cook, they cook. I said, this is the best turkey. It came from Target. I nearly died laughing. Is there anything you can buy me?
Not really a hundred percent in terms of like. Yeah, basically like, I have to stand up here and just say, our limited time to review the define itself for the full movement. It may be fine, but we just haven't had much of an opportunity to look at it. Then, yeah, then the issue that came up with the yeah, because we were recommending. Come out of there and be like,
Thank you.
and then we have NCDOT working with it. Talking about actually west side, you assessed 4 points, 3 within the DDP, 3 within the Levites in the target, and then 1 from multiple counties. This is actually another one that is where R&T and Chick-fil-A. I knew I was gonna kick out. It's not on our radar. So honestly, like, this is, so I get up and make presentations, and then you guys make presentations.
Oh, my wife told me she would already be asleep by the time I got home. I assume Lydia's, maybe she's the same way?
Normally, but she's in Maine,
Oh, okay.
where I would be, were it not for this meeting.
Yeah.
I'm just glad I changed my plane reservation away from 8 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, wow, where are you going?
To Maine.
Oh, you're going up to join her, okay.
I understand your schedule being busy. We have stuff where we're like, hash out site plan. That's a crappy answer.
It's at 11. You know, I changed it for 8. I can't imagine what I was thinking.
speakers are gonna speak.
And that's if that even happens. I think. It gives you time to review it. I can request it. You guys can be cool with it. Yeah, that way we don't have I'm gonna try not to break out no Diet Coke, but I may have to. I drink way too much of that stuff.
Well, I've just been trying to figure out whether I should eat breakfast cereal when I get home.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Let's go. Puddle right there.
Oh.
Yoo-hoo. Let's get started. Oops. Let's get started so we can end. All right, it is quasi-judicial time. So anyone speaking at this hearing, whether offering testimony or questioning a witness, must take an oath. This includes staff. So if you are of that, if you will put your hand on the Bible, please. Anybody doing quasi?
Yeah, do you open public hearing before you swear people?
No? We swear in and then open.
That path looked kind of nice in that, like, the little path.
Place your left hand on the Bible, please, and raise your right hand and respond to the following. State your name. Do you solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give this board in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Council members, please disclose the following. Any site visits, any ex parte communications, specialized knowledge you have of this case, anyone have a fixed opinion that is not susceptible to change based on what they learn at this hearing, where they have a close family, business, or other relationship with the applicant or any affected member? No? Is there an attorney representing the petitioner? Nope. Okay. Now, I need a motion to open PD 0921.
I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We've had the staff report. Is there anything you want to add? I know y'all had a meeting within the meetings. I know.
No coffee, though, and really nothing else. BJ Grieve, Town of Southern Pines Planning Department, thank you for opening the public hearing. You know, we have a staff report to present that you've already received that details the project as well as some deviations from the CDP and a list of things. What has happened is in the last couple working days, we've received comments from NCDOT. We've received the town engineers received some responses from the applicant's engineer dealing with a request for some full movement driveways. You'll recall in the CDP, what's approved is that the base is a right-in, right-out only with full movement only at Old Morganton and Southern Road. But they want to request pursuant to the CDP, which says you may request it in the PDP pursuant to the TIA. That was a lot of acronyms right there. I just felt them all go by. I was like, holy cow.
They just roll off your
Yeah,
tongue.
yeah.
They just roll.
So they do want to make that request, but our town engineer would like an opportunity to review some comments received back from their town engineer. So that little huddle was basically, we recommend at this point, rather than going forward with the staff report where we have to put in some conditions that we're not optimally comfortable with, punting some stuff to site plan review that we'd rather get hashed out in advance because it could have a big impact. They too would rather have that stuff hashed out so that we can come to you more like the CDP where we've worked out, at least between, prior to the public hearing, staff has worked out with the applicants that which needs to be worked out. So we are going to recommend a continuance. The applicants, to my knowledge, are also okay with that continuance. So rather than make the staff report and bore you with that and then do something like that, I'll start off with that. So, and it would be to the October 12th town council meeting, continuing PD 0921 to the October 12th town council meeting. And we anticipate having a lot more stuff buttoned up after more time to review stuff that's just come out in the last 2 business days.
I think that's an excellent plan. That was a good huddle, gentlemen. And one lady, I assume she was participating. All right, with that being said,
I just need to confirm that the applicant agrees.
they're all,
No, I want to hear it.
Yes, sir. We would much prefer to keep on moving forward, but we've had a great working relationship with staff for 4 years now. BJ's statement is 100% accurate.
are you thinking tonight was 4 years, or is this like real 4 years?
5 years. So we'd like to keep on that path, and there are some legitimate questions that we talked about a little bit with the CDP from NCDOT's comments. We would like to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay, so you're okay with continuing
Yes,
until
sir.
the 12th of October?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
To October 12th.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, gotcha.
I move to continue the hearing of PD 0921 to 12 October 21.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye. With that being said, we do have people who signed up for that, but since we're continuing it, I think we can just wait on that one. Assumption is the only one that's on there that is Chris. Are you fine with not talking about something that we're not doing? Okay, we get to the grand finale as the consent agenda. Oh, I have to close this. Oh, I don't close
No,
this because
we're
we're just
continuing.
continuing. Never mind. Consent agenda. We just need one motion, and Mr. Parsons has been through all of the things on the consent agenda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10 things are on the consent agenda. Looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Pleasure of the council.
Aye.
Aye.
God, kind of screwed up our game here. I know. He's been full of snacks. This man has been eating snacks all night long. He's the only one who's charged up. Okay, now to the public comment parts, the other public comment parts of our meeting.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am confused. This new process where a PD comes forward and it triggers a CDP, which is a legislative hearing, and then that, if passed, goes on to the PDP, which is a quasi-judicial, and we are not allowed to speak, and you are not allowed to speak to us on the quasi-judicial issues, but you are on the legislative issues. So perhaps BJ can enlighten us about how that works, because most of the people I've talked to here tonight do not understand it.
Notice the quasi-judicial, we had 13 people who spoke.
Well, that's separate from, if I wanted to speak to you about, I'm sorry?
Are you referencing the ex parte communication outside?
Exactly, exactly. If something is scheduled, like it is tonight on the agenda, and it has two parts, and it's got the legislative part, then I can pick up the phone and call you and talk to you about it? Yes. And where do you draw the line in terms of the quasi-judicial part? Then you're just confining that to evidentiary testimony here. But you can listen to anything I have to say about, if I frame it as a legislative question, Reagan, right? Okay, I got it, thanks.
Anybody else for public comments?
Chris Smithson, 920 North Sailor Street. I totally agree with Suzanne. I spent 10 years on town council, and this doesn't make sense to me that, it used to be either legislative or quasi judicial. Now you have them right next to each other, and it's on the exact same thing. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know if that's the state of North Carolina or us, but it's kind of weird.
Is that the 160D changes, BJ?
Not the PD process.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, some of it's state of North Carolina, not so much 160D, but prior to. I think part of the challenge or the confusion, and we had a little bit of this in the past, but the process wasn't nearly as in-depth as it is now, thanks to the legislature. I think part of the confusion comes when we have these parallel applications where the CDP and the PDP are running through simultaneously, and I think that's what BJ was trying to address in describing what we were doing with the CDP. But yeah, it can be very confusing and frustrating without question. But I think it becomes even more confusing when they're running parallel like that. And of course, the result of ultimately what would have occurred is if you had the CDP that went to a vote and it was not approved, the PDP hearing wouldn't even be heard. At which point it might become more obvious what is occurring. But yeah, it's a little bit of a challenge.
All this talk of the history of this area just reminded me that I want to again try and clear my reputation, perhaps the reputation of the whole town. The town did not tell Home Depot that go take a flying leap.
I forgot about that this evening, but thank you.
I'm pretty sure that in my time on here, we approved 3 different Home Depots, at least one of them right where the Target pretty much would go when you're talking about how the road came down the power lines. We at least approved architectural reviews on multiple Home Depots, including where Kohl's is or whatever, so.
Exactly.
We are not anti-Home Depot as far as I know, and I didn't personally vote against it because I hate orange. I mean, I made a little quip about it didn't have to look exactly like Tony Stewart's car at the time, but regardless. I wanted to comment on something that you just voted on in the consent agenda, and it's kind of relevant to my earlier statements during the hearing, but where you were waiving a requirement for sewer on the Ron Jackson parcel on Eastman Road. I just happened to see that and look at it earlier today, and just wanted to remind everybody, because institutional knowledge is a good thing. Eastman actually, and I don't know if it changes names when it heads north, but it actually connects to the Arboretum. And when they were designing and we approved the Arboretum, we required that they make a connection there. It's currently fenced off, locked, gated, or whatever, again, for good transportation policy, good growth to maybe hopefully help Lost City out, because there's not really many people that actually live there. It's mostly tied up in air properties, but don't give up rights of ways unless there's absolutely no possible chance ever and it's a dead end, and just please don't do that. And don't forget things like the fact that we did require the Arboretum to have a connection so that we could have a less bad gridded transportation system. And finally, I work on the 200 block of West Pennsylvania, and it's just amazing how many cars go through there, and how it seems cars and motorcycles heading down the hill from the Bennett Street light have decided that the light is now a green light like at a drag strip, and everybody kind of peels out and takes off. I would suggest or recommend, I don't think the 200 block of West Pennsylvania is 20, I think it's 35. If it is not 20, I would suggest you look at slowing it down a little bit, especially as downtown expands a little bit more with pedestrians, and, you know, I'm in the building with the brewing company and all that other stuff down that way. As the town grows, we probably should look at changing the speed limits to be more like downtown. I remember the absolute first vote I had when I got on council in December of 2003 was a consent agenda item where we lowered the speed limit in front of Vito's to 20, like it is on the rest of Broad Street. That was the first vote I ever did, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just as a point of information, Mr. Smithson, that will interest you, you mentioned the Air properties. Quite a bit of the property in Lost City has turned over in the last 6 months even. The parcel that, and I don't know if there's a way for BJ to highlight it there on the screen, but it's the large parcel that was actually I'll call it the dump area that we dealt with Moore County on to try to clean up a number of years ago. Next large one over, BJ, there you go. That would be the one that the sewer waiver was granted to this evening, and it'll just be for a single-family home because quite a bit of that lot's very wet. So although there's a lot of acreage there, there's not a lot of subdivision opportunity. So that is now sold. In addition, the lots, the singular lots that are between Mid-South and that Eastman connection that you're talking about, a vast majority of those have also sold here in recent months, and it's one individual that's trying to clean that up a little bit. We don't know what kind of long-term development plans he may have. And then Habitat for Humanity has actually been able to take down a piece of property back there that at some point they'll be before the town council for a development. So it is slowly, although it has taken many, many years, starting to come together a little bit. But again, the parcel that was waived this evening, getting a line to it would not have served any of the other lots back there that don't have sewer at the moment, because the sewer line that actually even triggered the need for a waiver happens to exist within the Mid-South development, so it would have been coming in from the rear of the property anyhow. So just as a matter of additional information.
Any other public comments?
Okay, 11:32, we're here. I'm Mr. Rich, and of course I live on the west side of Southern Pines, and my comments don't have anything to do with the business that has taken place.
Could you give us the exact address, Mr. Rich, since everybody else is doing their,
680.
and first and last name?
Donald Rich.
Donald.
Donald Avery Rich, Senior. Hopefully that takes care of the housekeeping for me. I had a chance to talk to someone that I've started to gain a lot of respect for, and something that they said to me that I'm going to try to do something a little bit different. You guys have heard from me, and you'll continue to hear from me. But something that they said to me that resonated was that maybe people don't understand me. Maybe people don't understand where I come from and what I've dealt with and experienced. So I'm going to try to share some of that along with comments as I usually do. So for me, these processes are extremely exhausting, frustrating, and certainly a lot of times it's disconcerting. The political process is one that is just not desirable and doesn't fit me or my personality, but I have to be a part of it because I care about my community. So the community fight will continue from today going forward. So today I thought I'd share a little bit about who I am and what I've experienced. So I was raised, of course, here on the west side of Southern Pines. I'm the son of a single, what I call a single super parent, my mother, Marguerite, and a single super grandparent, Myrtle. My parents, of course, weren't treated well, as most black people were not. So most of my story is a common story. Most black people's story is my story. So there may not be any surprises here, but I want you to know what my story is. My grandmother, a domestic worker, cleaning people's homes, and my mother, who had to work up north to avoid the cruel South, where opportunities were fewer, even though she was a very smart and intelligent black woman. She today, in our terms, would be called a hero. She would be called our finest as an essential worker. My mother was a 40-year nurse, and she would have been taking care of COVID patients had she lived to see this pandemic. For me, she's always been my hero, whether it was COVID or anything else. She's always been my hero. So, in other words, getting back to my story, she had to sacrifice not being present with me, her only child at the time, to ensure that I had what I needed by sending money and other goods to take care of me here, right on the west side of Southern Pines. She sent those things to my grandmother. So as a young boy, I wanted to be a Cub Scout. As a little guy, like most young boys wanted to be, and I was for a short period of time. So, but for me, I was the only black scout in the pack. And so things kind of went south where, unfortunately, meetings were a bit uncomfortable. And it's a lot for a young man to be able to deal with that. And I wanted to take that course to get to an Eagle Scout, but was kind of denied based on the situation that I was in. In this area, there were no black pack leaders at that time. And there were very few black folks because they just couldn't afford it. But I told my mom that's what I wanted to do. And so she made way, whether that was not buying me some shoes or whatever it was. I told her that's what I wanted to do, and so she made it happen. But unfortunately, I had to move on. So I'm going to fast forward because it's late and I don't have a lot of time. I finished high school and went off to serve my country as a sailor in the United States Navy. Now, just as a side note, this is probably not going to be a secret to anyone, but the Navy, for the lack of better words, is dominated, or at that time was dominated, by mostly white folks. That's just what it was. So that in itself was not an issue, because I joined, right? So it couldn't have been an issue because I joined to serve my country there. Now, just as another note, many of the people that look like me, just a few years prior to me joining, minorities could only serve in steward jobs. Most people already know this, but for the folks who may not, this is just information about what I know. And they did jobs like washing uniforms and cutting hair and cleaning staterooms, cooking, things of that nature is what they did in the Navy. And they had no choice. The other fields were not open. So for me, coincidentally, I was a cook in the Navy, right? The difference was I got to choose to be in that field. Nobody forced me to be in that field. So even though I was serving my country, I still was treated very poorly as a cook in the United States Navy. It's unfortunate. Again, I'm talking about so that you folks will know where I'm coming from. So even though I was serving my country, I still was treated pretty poorly. I served my country honorably, and I made a full circle after the passing of my wonderful parents, only to come home and find out us, when I say us, I'm talking about black people, we, right here in a place that I call home, are being treated poorly. So just disappointed. I'm saying, wait a minute. You know, as a little guy, treated poorly. as a defender of our country, treated poorly. I come home, treated poorly. At some point, this cannot stand. Things have to change. They have to. They cannot continue this way. So going forward, and I've told this council this many times before, I will be doing all that I can to help preserve the West Side's culture and history, and to help protect the little bit of wealth that people have worked so hard for. You heard tonight, Mama came up, I call her Mama now, because she did exactly what my mother would do. She came up and she couldn't hardly stand here. Her legs were about to buckle, and told you that she just don't have the money to see her taxes go up. Again, treated poorly. And it's just an unfortunate situation. She just doesn't have it. So, but anyway, she did a great job, and I'm very proud of her. And I will continue to try to protect her little bit of generational wealth that she worked so hard for. And I will work to help, and I know this is an ugly word that people don't like to hear, to help stop the gentrification of our area. The little lady that's gonna chair the, I can't remember the name, the connectors or whatever, she made a great poignant point today. Had this council ruled or voted to go forward with that development right around the corner from me, it would have definitely sent the message that Southern Pines, or the west side of Southern Pines, is in big trouble. And all of the folks on the west side understand that we are in big trouble. Over the last 3 weeks, I've had a chance to meet a lot of our young people in the community, right where they are. They be outside talking, sitting in a chair, maybe having a cold one. I stop by and talk to them, and they understand that we are in trouble. I understand that we could be in trouble. Today, my community is calling on this council. I'm calling for this council to cap the taxes for our most vulnerable residents. We can help them. We should help them. Some of them, like my grandmother and great-grandmother, were sharecroppers, where they paid $50 per lot. Doesn't sound like much money, but when you're only making 10 to 25 cents a day, that's a lot of money, and you still got to eat. You still got to have clothes and shoes. And if you got children, you're in trouble. So this council has the opportunity to help our most vulnerable residents. My community and I are calling on you to legislate in a manner that will help preserve their little piece of the American dream. To legislate rules and parameters that don't allow for overpriced developments and unaffordable single-family homes to be built on the west side. We talked a lot about problems with taxes going up on people today. We hope, I heard that you guys heard us. I hope you really heard us. I've been saying this for 2 years or so it's not new to me because I understand. The moral of this story is my parents, other parents, we've been treated poorly for a long time. This is not a surprise. I'm just putting it out there for you to let you know I'm a part of that group that was treated poorly. My parents, other parents that were out here themselves have been treated poorly. We hope that our council will not treat us poorly. The council has an opportunity to change the narrative to a better one. The question is, does this council have the will to do so? Is the question. Does the will abound with this sitting council to do so? So as I go to my seat, if I've said something to make you mad, if I've said something you didn't like, I would tell you that you need to take it up with the boy from Troy. Now, most people may not know who the boy from Troy is. For those who don't know, the boy from Troy, Alabama, is the Honorable John Lewis. And he said, and he told everyone that would listen, if you see something that's not right or not just, you have a moral obligation to do something, to say something, to speak up and speak out. And for me, I intend to do just that. Every opportunity that I get is very important to also encourage others to do the same, because we have to be treated better. My whole life, I've been treated poorly, and I certainly didn't expect to come home after serving my country and be treated poorly. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for an adjournment.
I move to adjourn.
Good evening.
Bye.
Bye.
Give them more.